What? What is this? Oh. What's this? What? What? You fucking what, mate? Why? Haha. Yes. Okay, let's go. Nosotros aprendemos mucho. Tú escribes muchas cartas. Nosotros abrimos las puertas. Puertas es doors. Necesitamos abrir esta puerta. Ustedes trabajan mucho. Ellos hablan francés. Ellos salen ahora. Salen. Leiden. Ellos quieren vivir en Francia. Ellos leen juntos. Necesito comprar un bolígrafo. Yo hablo un poquito español. Next. Carmen, ¿tú gusta nadar? Yo creo que te encanta jugar al fútbol. Al fútbol. I think that you love playing football. To the with. I think that you love football. Pablo, ¿quieres beber algo? Ella no usa vestidos, pero usa faldas. Pablo, ¿te gusta esta chica? Yo tengo un carro viejo. Este pueblo no tiene esquinas. ¿Cuántos perros tienes? ¿Eh? Are you going?
Pretty good.
Nice. ¿Cuántos perros tienes?
Yeah.
Yo no tengo comidas favoritas. Queremos dos sombreros bonitos. Bye. Él no quiere leer este periódico. Queremos comer una ensalada. Nosotros no aprendemos italiano. Nosotros salimos en la tarde. Afternoon. Necesito comprar este libro. Ustedes necesitan tomar el tren. Usted vive en Nueva York. Él necesita escribir. Él quiere salir en la mañana. Él. Tú escribes bien en español. ¿Comprende? Tú comprendes. Tú comprendes. ¡Woo! Ok. Nosotros escribíamos en la tarde. Speak. Yo necesito tomar el autobús en la mañana. ¿Tu maleta está en el autobús? ¿Quieres viajar conmigo? ¿A la izquierda o la derecha? ¿Dónde están los hoteles en esta ciudad? En. Estamos cerca del café. La calle Vargas está muy lejos de aquí. Comprendo. Manuel necesita ir al supermercado. Manuel. This city has 3 airports. Esta ciudad tiene 3 aeropuertos. El autobús tiene 2 puertas. Five minutes. Let's just keep on speaking. Nosotros trabajamos en casa. Quiero beber leche. Nosotros tomamos en el autobús. Ellas abren esos mensajes. Ellas escriben bien en francés. Ellas trabajan con mi padre. Ellos leen libros. Ellos no beben vino. Necesitamos abrir esta carta. Ella quiere aprender español. More. El jefe lee su correo electrónico. Este mensaje está para el jefe. La jefa. El jefe tiene una carta para la mujer. Ana trabaja con 2 secretarias. Señora, ¿cuál es su dirección? Sonia tiene 2 trabajos. El jefe escribe los mensajes aquí. Yo no escribo con un bolígrafo. Es un problema importante. ¿Qué libro lees, Julia? Julia. Next. ¿Dónde están los hoteles en esta ciudad? Estamos en la calle Aguilar. Carlos quiere viajar al fin de semana. María está en el café con su novio. ¿Dónde está la estación de autobuses? ¿Por qué no quieres tomar el metro? ¿Por qué no quieres tomar el metro? Why do you want to take the metro? Why don't? Estamos en el aeropuerto de Londres. Estamos en el aeropuerto de Londres. We are. Esta ciudad tiene muchos bancos. Ellas hablan en la parada del autobús. The bus stop. Roberta necesita ir a la estación ahora. Al ir a la... Next. El jefe lee el correo electrónico. Correo. La jefa tiene un negocio interesante. Yo trabajo aquí. Tú lees mucho en el trabajo. El jefe tiene una carta para la mujer. La mujer. Ana trabaja con las secretarias. Yo tengo los mensajes de la secretaria. ¿Tú lees y bebes café en la oficina? ¿Cuál es el problema? Ahora necesito trabajar. No double XP. ¿Qué?
Het slot van mijn fiets.
Die is van mijn bike.
Ja, kan je zeggen?
Ja.
Dat is gewoon gedeeltelijk, ja.
You can grab my key and you do. In the key bag. A veces me siento un poco cansado en la mañana.
Moet je?
Quiero beber un café
Sí.
contigo otra vez.
Algo simpático. Quiere beber un café contigo otra vez. Quiero disfrutar un café con mi padre. Lo siento, yo siempre estoy ocupado. Mi mamá está enojada con mi papá. Mi. Moi. Muy. Mi, mamu, mami, mi, mu, mi, mamu, mi, mamu, mi, mamu, mi. Holy fuck shit. ¿No quieres trabajar conmigo? El señor Castro estará un poco cansado. El señor. El bebé está feliz con su mamá. Olaf. Welcome, Olaf. Let me check your channel activity. 11 years ago. Olaf doet YouTube. What is this? You make this a thumbnail. Four years, 5 years. It's been a while, Olaf. 4 days. Oh no, 4 days. You started again. 140 views. Nice. Nice! Pablo, ¿por qué estás aburrido? ¿Por qué estás aburrido? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué estás preocupada, Amanda? Okay, let's go. Yo no uso ropa elegante.
Pablo, ¿te gusta esa chica?
Pablo, ¿te gusta esa chica?
¿Por qué te gusta?
¿Por qué te gusta dibujar? Draw. ¿Por qué? Draw. Yes, why do you like to draw? ¿Por qué? Yo tengo dos faldas nuevas.
Yo uso
Yo uso la cartera vieja de mamá. Vieja.
vieja.
Sonia y Carlos.
Sonia y Carlos quieren dos pasteles. Sonia.
Ella tiene dos.
Ella tiene dos bicicletas nuevas. El sándwich de queso es muy bueno. Sándwich de queso. Queremos dos sombreros bonitos. Este pueblo no tiene piscinas. Yes, high five. Give me more rewards. Speak. Next. El jefe tiene una carta para la mujer. Yo hablo un poquito español.
El señor Pérez tiene dos.
El señor Pérez tiene dos escritorios. Ella trabaja poco en la oficina. Tú lees y bebes café en la oficina. Tú. Necesito leer este libro hoy.
Yo escribo los mensajes en
Yo escribo
español.
los mensajes en español. Comprendo. Necesita una computadora nueva. New computer. Necesito. La secretaria trabaja mucho los lunes. Escribes mucho en tu trabajo. El jefe escribe los mensajes aquí. Here. But this is not enough. I need more XP. More. Ella come en casa. Nosotros leemos periódicos. Ellos compran pollo. Pollo. Continue, bro. Nosotros trabajamos en casa. Ella necesita salir ahora. She needs to leave now. Nosotros salimos en la mañana. Ellos trabajan en una fábrica. Ellos salen en la mañana. Ellos quieren hablar español. Nosotros compramos un carro. I need more XP. More. Me gusta correr porque es divertido. I like correr. Me gusta correr porque es correr. Running. Run. José y Ana quieren nadar mañana.
Tus zapatos.
Tus zapatos no son viejos. They're not old, bitch. Tus. Señora Castro, me gusta mucho su falda, your jacket.
¿Cuánto?
¿Cuántos chocolates quieres?
Yo no quiero.
Yo no quiero azúcar en mi té, gracias. La ropa de dúo siempre es elegante. So elegant. ¿Quieres jugar con los chicos o no?
Ella
Ellos quieren comer algo ahora.
Esta
Esas son mis playas favoritas. Las mujeres estudian en las universidades de España. Universidades. Rebecca y Bruno, ustedes hablan francés. Yo estudio las ciudades de México. Nosotros somos secretarias. Yo tengo muchas amigas de esta clase.
Señores,
Señora Gómez y Flores, ¿de dónde son ustedes? Where the fuck are you guys? ¿Cuántos amigos tienes? 20. Nosotros estudiamos en la universidad. También,
yo tengo.
yo tengo unas amigas de Francia. No, yo
Ellas
no.
nunca estuvo.
Ellas nunca estudian los fines de semana. I need more. 2000. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ellos salen en la mañana. Él no quiere tomar el tren. Nosotros salimos ahora. Necesito comprar un bolígrafo. ¿Tú bebes té? Ellos leen juntos. Ellos escriben bien en el italiano. ¿Tú hablas francés? Nosotros tomamos el tren. Queremos trabajar en Nueva York. More. Adiós means goodbye. No fucking shit, bro. La niña está feliz con su vestido rojo. ¿Por qué no usamos las camisetas verdes? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué? 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 ¿Por qué? Yo tengo camisetas pequeñas y grandes. Ellos no usan estas camisetas verdes. Mis camisetas rojas no son bonitos. Bonitas. Tengo unos vestidos pequeños. ¿Por qué no usas tus vestidos nuevos? Nuevos. Necesitamos comprar camisetas para Roberto. Sí, estos zapatos son un poco pequeños. Sonia, ¿tú tienes unas carteras bonitas? Ellos limpian las habitaciones hoy. No hay sillas en la cocina. Compro muchas plantas para la casa. Tengo que limpiar la cocina hoy. Nosotros limpiamos la cocina ahora. Tu dormitorio es muy moderno. La ventana de la sala es azul. Yo quiero esos relojes en mi dormitorio. ¿Cuántas camas tiene el dormitorio? Nosotros pintamos en el baño y la cocina. You get me, fam? Oh, 1000 XP. That's 25 lessons. Mi llamo es my name is. Yo tengo que ir a la escuela a las 8. ¿Tú vas a México a menudo? Señor, usted tiene que ir al banco. Queremos mirar la película a las 11. A las 11. Yo voy a la biblioteca todos los martes. Patricia nunca va a la biblioteca. La televisión siempre es aburrida. Te ducha en la mañana o en la noche. ¿Por qué no vamos al parque hoy? Yo siempre estudio de 10 a 12. 12. Next. Quiero beber leche.
hablan español.
Ellos hablan español. Nosotros comemos sándwiches. Ellas beben café. Queremos vivir en Inglaterra. Necesitamos abrir esta puerta. Queremos comer una ensalada. Ustedes aprenden italiano. Nosotros no abrimos esta puerta. Nosotros salimos ahora. Speak. Por favor means please. ¿Cuántos chocolates quieres? Duo, ¿quieres más que eso? La ropa de este chico es interesante. Me gusta mucho ir a la piscina. Me gusta el pastel de chocolate. Me gusta jugar con Duo. Me gusta la bicicleta de Mateo. ¿Por qué te gusta dibujar? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué? La música de Diego es interesante. La música de Diego es interesante. Yo creo que las chicas son elegantes. Él quiere salir en la mañana. Quiere comer una manzana. Ella toma un taxi. She takes a taxi. Ellos abren en la mañana. Nosotros compramos una ensalada. Ellas compran café. Nosotros tomamos el autobús. Ellas escriben muy bien. Necesitamos abrir la puerta. Ella quiere trabajar en México. Oh. Did I say I need to add top 3? Add top. Oh. Okay, the grind is real. Ellos aburrido otra vez. Aburrido. Es importante dormir bien. Quiero disfrutar este partido con mi familia. Sí, Juan, esté feliz conmigo. Yes, I am happy with that. Rafael, tú no estás emocionado. Lo haces muy bien. ¿Haces? ¿Qué es haces? Haces. Jij wel. Lo haces muy bien. Jij wel. Lo haces. Je doet het bien. Elian Roblox 13. 13, wait. 13. Yo soy de España. Hola, Elian. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal, Elian Roblox? Yo aprendo español every day. Every hoy. Every day. Elke dag. Cada día. Yo aprendo español cada día. Vas a venir a vivir. Vas. Are you going to live? To live. No. I'm not going to live in Spain. Wait, is that what it means? If I'm going to live in Spain? No. Yo no quiero vivir en España, pero... What is language? Language. Idioma de España es simpático. Idioma. Sí. Idioma de España es... Is that beautiful? Simpático. Beautiful. Hermosa. Beautiful language. Sí. Hermosa idioma. ¿De qué país eres tú? País. ¿Qué es país? País. Country. Ah. Ahora yo vive en Netherlands. 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 What is Netherlands? Netherlands. ¿Por qué yo vivo en Países Bajos? Pero yo quiero vivir en Underland. South Spain. Hell yeah. Wait. Oh. Wait, let me. How can I do that? Okay, wait.
¿No te varía con el ventilador y la luz, tío? Mira.
Your English is good, bro.
Que la persiana bajada voy a subir. Este trozo abierta y las anillitas, pues por las anillas entra un solano, que no veas. Y a las 8:30 de la mañana me despierto.
Mañana.
Que me entra el
Morning.
sol, porque estoy al lado de una puñetera ventana y me tengo que levantar a bajar a la persiana. Y me da una pereza porque estáis en tu cama. Y ahora tenés que levantarte y todo para bajar.
Para la 4.
Ostras.
You know the thing is, like, Spanish. Well, to be honest, bro, Spanish, the language Spanish is okay. Like, it's okay. It's not the language is not so difficult, but it's like the speed that people talk. Like, you know, it's like Sonic. So always when people talk Spanish, it's like, yo no comprendo que te hablas conmigo, you know, conmigo. It's like fucking the last short. Bro, let me like. Are you talking in this short? Fiestas del pueblo. Pueblo is town, I think. Pueblo. Of course I like the song. Of village. Village. Bro, listen. Música de España es... What did I say? Idioma? The festival of the town, Fiestas del Pueblo. ¿Cuánto pueblo? ¿O qué pueblo? Which town? ¿Qué es? No. ¿Qué pueblo? ¿Qué pueblo? ¿Qué pueblo es el Fiesta? ¿Eh? ¿Qué pueblo? Neria. Oh, wait. Málaga. Gibraltar. Damn! Neria looks fucking beautiful. I've been to what's it called again? Tenerife? Tenerife? Tenerife I've been to. You know Tenerife? You know Tenerife. Tenerife, what else? Let me see. I've been to Mallorca, of course. Barcelona, Madrid. Sí. Speak. Speak. I speak. Hablo español conmigo. Conmigo. Is that what you say? Talk Spanish with me. Habla español conmigo. Español es un... What is simple? Simple. Simple. Simple? Sencillo. Sencillo. ¿Haces algún deporte? ¿Haces algún deporte? Deporte. Haces. What is haces again? Yo haces. Cecilio. Oh, I need to look it up, bro. I'm so whack. Oh, Cecilio. Yes, Cecilio. Sencillo. Disculpe. Sencillo, no sencillo. What is this again? ¿Haces algún deporte? ¿Deporte? ¿Sports? Deporte. Okay. Yo jugo. Wait, what's play? Jugo de. Yeah. Sí, yo. Jugar. Play. Is that play? Jugar. Play. Jugar. Yo jugar. No. Jugo. No. Jugo. That's juice, right? Jugo is juice. Yes. Jugar. Yo jugar. Well, I. Wait, how to say? Played. Jugó. Yo jugó fútbol, pero ahora yo voy ir a la gym. Yo jugaba. Played. I played football. Jugué.
Jugué al fútbol.
Yo jugué al fútbol, pero ahora yo voy ir a la gym. Jugué y jugaba. What is jugaba then? Jugaba? Same. Ejan. Yo quiero aprendo español de Duolingo ahora. Because now, ¿por qué ahora tiene double XP? Yo jugaba fútbol, pero ahora voy a ir a la gimnasio. Bro, how is your English so good? You know exactly what I'm saying. How is that possible? You a international man? ¿Tú eres internacional? Camila, ¿estás triste o preocupado? Miguel, ¿estás sorprendido? ¿Por qué Juan se siente triste hoy? Do you want to be a YouTuber? Ejan. Ana siempre está contento en la clase de francés. Camila está un poco aburrida en casa. Okay, Ejan. You know what all the YouTubers say? I'm a TikToker and YouTuber. You know what they say, Ejan? They say post every day and try to get better and better and better and better and better and better and más bien? No. More better. Más mejor. Todos los días. Ya, sí. Todos los días. Mejorar. improve. Sí. Mejorar todos los días en YouTube y TikTok. Ok. Los tardes con amigos son divertidas. Queremos más sándwiches, por favor. Nosotros escribimos muchas cartas. So do you only speak to... What is only? Only. Sola. Tú solo hablan... No, wait. You. Hablas. Tú solo hablas... No. Do you only speak? Solo hablas, ok. Solo hablas español y inglés, ¿sabes? Well, you know, Duolingo is an easy way, I think. You can like spam sentences. Nosotros comemos arroz con pollo en la tarde. We eat rice with chicken at the beach. Playa. Ellas comen arroz con pollo. So you don't speak... what is that place called again? You don't speak Bilbao. Because that's like also our own language here, right? This part. I had a friend of mine who was from here, and he speaks, I think, Bilbao? Or Vasco, no. Is that called Vasco? I don't know. Vasco? No. North Spain language. Basque. That's what I mean. Basque. No Basque. Nosotros no hablamos Basque porque este language Basque. Basque is in English. Vasco. Vasco? Is that the same? Vasco. In País Vasco, origin in northern Spain. Okay, let's spam again. Yo siempre leo el periódico los lunes. Nosotros queremos vivir juntos. Juan, tú tienes muchos libros aburridos. Boring books. Escribes muchos correos electrónicos, emails. ¿Yes o no? Yo no necesito mucho comida. We need to be top 3. Ellos trabajan en una fábrica. Necesito comprar una casa. Necesitamos abrir esta carta. Una novia española y yo aprendes en 2 semanas. Is that 2 weeks? Is that 2 weeks? I think that's 2 weeks. Novia, a girlfriend, a Spanish girlfriend, and yo. Is that me? Is that me? Z. So you're seeing someone in 2 weeks, is that what it says? What? Why is it so... Wait, Spanish and English, please. And you. It's an L. Yo. You said yo, right?
Una novia española y lo aprendes en 2 semanas.
Oh, lol. A Spanish girlfriend and you learn. Bro, listen. That was what I was thinking, right? If yo tienes un novia española. What is then? Entonces, mi español is going to ir al. Is going to. Va a. Va a improve. What is improve again? Impio. Improve. Mejorar. Oh, so many Spanish words. But it is, I think, one of the best languages though. Like, Iyan. I would say. It sounds good, you know? Like, here in the Netherlands we speak Dutch. I don't know if you ever heard someone speak Dutch, but it's like such a disgusting language. That's what it is. Nosotros tomamos el tren. Eyan, tú tienes una novia. Ustedes abren muchas puertas. Ellos quieren comer una ensalada. Tú hablas italiano.
Quiero beber.
No, yo trabajo en el casino. Pero yo quiero to be. Voy? No. To be. I don't remember what's to be again. To be. Yo quiero ser un YouTuber. Like you. No, no como. Como usted. Yo quiero. No. Okay. You good. Your English is better than my Spanish, bro. Maybe the accent, but bro, your English is phenomenal. That's how they say, bro. Your English is good. Quiero beber un café. Nosotros compramos muchos libros. Él necesita escribir. Okay, how many? Oh, 700 XP. Me gusta el sombrero porque es pequeño. I need to be third. Tus perros son bonitos. Quiero comprar algo bonito. Estos son mis quesos favoritos. Ella, you need to be an English teacher, bro. Your English is way better than my Spanish. Ella no usa vestidos, pero usa faldas. Me encanta la música de Enrique. Me encanta. I love the music. La ropa de ese chico es interesante. The clothes of this boy. Yes. Oh, that. Ese es that. El carro de mi novia no es viejo. Old. Esa chica tiene una bicicleta bonita. A pretty bike. Or bicycle, sorry. Yo quiero que las chicas son elegantes. I think. Yo creo. No, amigo. No, my double XP is gone. What can I do now? Oh. With no double XP, con no double experience, quiere vai slow, you know? What the fuck am I following? Listen, Ejan. I don't know have any double XP anymore. Wait. Can I buy that? Can I buy that? Quests, no. Ah, from the UK. Yeah, but listen. Listen. UK English, right? I think UK English is the worst English, like one of the worst English there is, bro. I don't know how you think about it, but I mean, it's still English, you know, but UK English sounds, oh. You like English? Wait, UK English, you know? Like what even is English? It's like, yeah, bottle or water. Yeah, bruv. Cause he was where from UK was he? Do you remember? But I mean, you're... Yeah, right. Manchester. Ah, so man was a what do you say? Football? I think a football fan. Nice. They teach English. Yeah. They have differences. It's like they say movie. Wait. Yeah, they say in England they say film, and in America they say movie. A movie. I want to see a movie in the cinema. Why do you still chat to him? Is it over? Like, are you guys apart? Or is it just because you're nice, you know? Vask. Well, Vask. Let's start with yeah. You will see. Well, so that's what my friend. What's his name? His name was Inigo. Is that how you say Inigo? I think Inigo. Inigo, he was from there, so he talked Basque, and he said like, it isn't even Spanish, it's just, yeah, it's like, what the hell even is Basque? It's like, but I heard like they don't really, well, it's still being spoken, but it's like, it's kind of dying, you know, it's kind of dying. There's a spider! What you do here? Leave. Victor! Victor, what are you doing? Okay, it's time. Victor, listen up. I know you're watching, bro. Look at these tasks. Today, the shorts are being made. Got a fucking... Well, I don't got a closet, but look. Making my video now. Victor, look. I got an amazing closet. Yes, this counts as a closet. This is better. Because now I don't have a ugly closet. I have a amazing clothing rack. So that one will become green. And I was trying to get top 3 in Duolingo. Pero yo no quiero double experience points. So now I'm 4th. So get your ass over here. Bro, you live so far, bro. My car is broken down. And I need to stream. Because I need to finish this PC on stream. And you'll be witness. let's make some room. I traveled there a few times in Victoria. It's hard to listen to any Basque. Yeah, but that's what Inigo said. Like, it isn't even Spanish, bro. It's like it's like some random ass. It's not even a dialect. Okay. This. Okay then. Let's get this shit out of the way. What are these? Paper. Move out the way. Then, more paper, more sheet. Let's make some room. Okay. Where did we left off? With building this PC. See you tonight at work. Broski, do you think I work on Saturdays? Yes, I do, but today no. Today I'm just gonna grind. Today I'm free, so I'm free man, and free men do what they do on their goal list. And I need a couple of things to do. You know. Yeah, see you later, bruv. I see you around. See you around, bruv. Later, babe. Okay. Okay, let's finish this 2K PC. Need to clean up first. There's no space here, and we need space. Give me some room. Yes, so how do we do this? How to build a PC step by step.
Get your brand out there, but get your SEO.
Okay.
You just clicked on the only video you're gonna need to watch to help you build your very own PC.
Yes.
There is a reason why my last PC build guide is still ranked as the #1 build guide on YouTube, even after 2 years. But you know what? A lot has changed in the past 2 years, so I'm gonna bring you guys an even better and detailed build guide.
Tell me.
If this is your first time building a PC, I am here to tell you that it's gonna be completely fine. I am going to hold your hand and guide you step by step from the structure.
Okay, I don't need an intro.
You have a small Phillips head to remove the M.2 SSD shield from the motherboard. The one I always use in all of my PC builds is this compact aluminum kit that comes with all the bits you need for building PCs and any handiwork around the house. It also has a magnetic tip, which is very important when working with small screws. I highly recommend using something like this to prevent your screws from getting lost. If you want this exact same model, I'll drop a link to it down below. A small tray is also needed to keep all of your screws in place and prevent them from rolling off the table. You can just use a plastic cup or any type of container you have laying around in the house. You're also going to need an empty USB flash drive with at least 8 gigabytes of space, because this is what we're going to use to download the Windows operating system on here and then install it on the PC once we're done building it. Speaking of which, you guys will need an operating system to unlock all of the Windows features and get rid of the nasty watermark on the bottom right. You can buy this directly from the Microsoft website, but I would avoid paying full price and use a CDKey website instead. Now, there are a ton of these that exist online, but to ensure...
Okay, before we start this, I'm gonna fucking get some food because I'm starving.
Sure you're getting a real key, I do recommend using VIPyourCDK.com. They have all sorts of keys, including Windows 10 Pro and Windows 11 Pro as well. In fact, if you guys use the code TS20, you will get a nice discount. After checking out, you can click on the User Central page and then click on the View Keys to reveal the CD key. Worry about it right now, only if you don't have access to a second PC or a laptop. We need access to the internet somehow so that we can download and install the drivers onto the USB drive. We can't do that with the PC we're building because by default, it doesn't have any of the internet drivers installed. So if you don't have a secondary PC, you need to pick up a Wi-Fi adapter so that we can plug this into the PC and have access to the internet to download and install the drivers. There's a ton of cheap options on Amazon, like this one for $10 that you can buy. You can also return it back after you're done using it. You don't have to keep it. Obviously, building on a flat surface is recommended. That way nothing is accidentally rolling off and potentially getting damaged. I prefer building on a wood tabletop, but if you have some sort of rubber material like a mouse pad, I would recommend building on that instead to prevent damages to your case or PC components. And also, you can protect your desk at the same time. And if you guys think this build guide is helpful so far and you want to help support the channel, consider buying a mouse pad from our store. We have a ton of different designs, and if there's nothing that you like, you can create your own custom pad instead.
What?
You can use the mouse pad to help build your PC, and after you're done, you can use it in your setup. So aside from everything we just talked about, you're obviously going to need the actual PC components. The CPU, the GPU, the motherboard, memory, storage, power supply.
You've got a big new website idea and the team loves it. Instead of taking months to build it, why not just use Framer? With Framer,
Yeah, no, fuck off.
And the case. If your CPU doesn't come with a stock cooler, which looks something like this, you're going to need an aftermarket cooler for the build. Some optional parts include additional fans, RGB products like RGB strips, and other miscellaneous items like capture cards and PCI cards, which I'll go over later in the video. Don't worry, by the way, if your parts are not the same as mine in this video, you can still follow along and build your PC because the process is exactly the same. But if you like the look of this system and you want to copy it, I'll drop a link to the parts down below so you guys can pick it up. Okay, so now we are ready to build a PC.
Yes.
Grab your CPU box, motherboard, memory, and storage to start off. Open your motherboard box and take out the motherboard and remove it from its
So far, I
anti-static
have
bag
done this.
and place it right on the box. Don't take out anything else from the box just yet. Keep it in there for now until we need it later. Now you're ready to install the CPU. So click on the correct timestamp of the CPU that you're installing so you can skip to that section of the video. CPU is bracket. After that, follow the same steps as listed before to install the CPU carefully. Once the CPU is fully seated, place the contact frame over the CPU and tighten it with the provided tool and the included screws.
Okay.
Do not use the old screws because they are a different size. Okay, so you're one of the very few elite out there to buy a Threadripper CPU. Let's get this baby installed. Obviously, you will need the CPU itself, but you'll also need the install tool that it comes with. It has an orange handle, so you can't miss it. Take your time to gently open the Threadripper box and slide out the CPU. I want you to enjoy this process because it is a very joyous occasion. Make sure not to touch the surface of the CPU or the bottom. Always grab the CPU from the sides. Notice there are numbers on the socket. It indicates the order of opening and closing the socket. So to open the socket, we will have to loosen the screws in this exact order. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, we are now ready to install the CPU. Grab the torque driver and start loosening up the socket in the order indicated. We're going to start from 3, then move over to 2, and finally socket number 1. The socket will spring open, so don't freak out. Go ahead and grab both of the blue tabs.
I need to wash my hands. I need to be clean. I need to be mentally prepared. I need to prepare. Okay.
on the top and pull them up. We're also going to remove the gray protective PU.
AMD, memory, SSD. I already had all of that shit.
Which is completely normal. Don't forget to do it. And the mother set up the
Next.
bar ever installing Wraith or a liquid all-in-one cooler. But before we jump into that section, your cooler already comes with thermal paste pre-applied. You can skip on over to the next section. You can easily check this, by the way, by simply looking underneath your cooler or your pump if you're using an AIO. If you see any type of gray compound, then it means it's already a thermal paste, which is always provided in the box of the CPU cooler that you have purchased. Next, bring the tip as close as possible to the surface of your CPU while holding it at an angle and begin to gently squeeze out the guts. I always prefer drawing a line on the top of the CPU and using a small spatula or a flat object to spread the paste. I like doing this because it gives me peace of mind that the entire CPU face is covered. But if you don't have a spatula, it's completely fine. You can just do a bunch of tiny dots spaced out evenly, which is just as effective. In the event that you need to clean the thermal paste off the CPU orbit, feel free to use as many as you need to clean all the paste and skip over to that section of the video.
Oh. Yes, 23.1. That's what I got. 23.1.
I'm sure we can all agree that running the cables behind the motherboard looks the cleanest. You can install it in the case just like this, by the way, without having to unplug anything. Okay, so we are now installing an aftermarket air cooler. Let's take everything out of its box, including the cooler, the thermal paste if it has one, the bags that have the screws and the brackets, and finally the manual. If you're installing on an AMD motherboard, you will most likely have to remove the two brackets that are pre-installed on the board.
Okay.
If you're installing on an Intel motherboard, you have to use the X-shaped bracket instead.
Intel. What even is this? This is AMD, I think. Yeah.
I would strongly recommend looking at the manual to determine how to set up the bracket, because you can adjust the endpoints to fit specific socket types. By default, it usually fits LGA 1150 series sockets, but I'm using a 14900K processor, which is on the LGA 1700 socket. So in my case, I have to extend the endpoints all the way out for the LGA 1700 sockets. Afterwards, you can peel off the cover on the adhesive tape if yours have one, and flip your motherboard over. We are simply going to align the X bracket with the 4 holes and insert it in. You can apply gentle pressure, making sure the tape grabs onto the back of the motherboard before flipping it over. If you don't have any tape, you're going to have to use your hand and hold onto the bracket while you flip the board over. Now we should all technically be at the same place, whether you're...
Do I need to do that as well? Wait, let me create some space first. Away, this away, this away. Junk. Do I need to do this as well? Okay, let me check this.
You're installing in an AMD board or Intel. All 4 screw holes should be visible. At this time, I would recommend looking in the manual to determine what the next step is. Usually it involves installing a certain
Well, I threw away the guide just to be sure, so...
type of screw, but in my case, I have to add these spacers first. Most coolers have everything nicely separated and labeled in bags, making it very easy to find the hardware needed.
Wait, let me go a little bit back.
Everything unplug anything. Okay, so we are now installing an aftermarket air cooler. Let's take everything out of its box, including the cooler, the thermal paste if it has one, the bags that have the screws and the brackets, and finally the manual.
Wait, let me search it up. I bought. Let me see. No. I think this is what I bought. Thermal. Yes, this is this thing. Right. Ah. How do I install on my so many spiders. And where's my motherboard? Is this what I bought? Asus Prime AMD Radeon RX 9000, 9000. I don't think that's what I bought. Rog Strix B 650. This bad boy is what I bought, I think. Is this what I bought? I'm not even sure. Email. Okay, this is what I bought. Okay. How do I do it? What do I do? Thermal Right Peerless Assassin 120 SA cooler. This is a cooler. Your motherboard with the stock AM5 backplate. Do not remove it. I got this. AM5. How the fuck would I know this is AM5? Oh, this is AM4. Ensure the stock Backplate. What is that? So, does this count as this? Oh, backplate. Oh, never mind. So it is on. Okay, this is a backplate. Okay, so that should be on. Okay. Attach mounting brackets. Align the brackets over the CPU socket and secure them by screwing them in. Okay, check. Check. Clip the vents onto the heatsink. Okay, clip the vents onto the heatsink.
If you're installing on a processor, point can peel off the cover, align the X bracket with the 4 holes and insert it in. We're simply going to align the X.
Do I need to do this as well? Okay. I think so, right? Do I need to put my ALGA on the, what was it again? Backplate. Okay, good to know.
X bracket with the 4 holes and insert it in. You can apply gentle pressure, making sure the tape grabs onto the back of the motherboard before flipping it over. If you don't have any tape, you're gonna have to use your hand and hold onto the bracket while you flip the board over. Now we should all technically be at the same place, whether you're installing in an AMD board or Intel. All 4 screw holes should be visible. At this time, I would recommend looking in the manual to determine what the next step is. Usually it involves installing a certain type of screw.
Okay, well, let me just grab safety information now. Paper, web, motherboard, quick start guides. Quick start, but this is big. Okay, one thing at a time. Install the CPU. Step 1. I have done this. Then install the CPU van. But I'm using a heatsink. Install expansion cards. I've done this as well. Okay. Right? Yes, let's just go on with the video.
But in my case, I have to add these spacers first. Most coolers have everything nicely separated and labeled in bags, making it very easy to find the hardware needed. If you're installing an AMD cooler, you would use the bag labeled either AM4, AM5, or any of the TR bags for the Threadripper processor. But if you're installing an Intel cooler, just make sure to use the bag that corresponds to the socket type for your CPU. Again, you can find this socket type labeled on the motherboard itself and the CPU box. After removing the spacers from the bag, simply slide one onto each of the screw hole before we install the bracket.
This is how Fiverr helped me to kickstart my business.
Yeah? Okay. Did that fucking ask you anything? Install the heatsink. Clip the vents onto the heatsink, ensuring they are oriented to push air towards the rear exhaust of your case. Okay, so it depends where it is in my thingy. Is this a smart idea? No. I need more space, bro. Ah, man. How do I open this? This bad boy. Pull the front handle open. Pull the front handle, open the glass. Got it. Okay, I got it, This looks complicated. CM. No, he's just my accountability partner. I don't know if you know what that is, accountability partner, but he's like my, I don't even know. Like we work together. Okay, clip the vents onto the heatsink.
Hi, my name is Garbuju. I'm an entrepreneur and a content creator. Running.
But that's an okay question.
Again,
You can
we
just
put the
ask that.
manual to
But
find
he's
out
just.
which hole to put the screw
I'm not
through.
dating him.
Every socket is different. After inserting the screw through the bracket, gently tighten them all the way through. These need to be fully tightened so that the cooler has a nice grip on the CPU. After both brackets are installed, it's time to connect the heatsink.
Okay.
Depending on the location of the bracket on the heatsink, you usually can only install this in the vertical orientation. If you have a choice, I would recommend this orientation so that we can install the fans in the front for the best cooling performance. I don't recommend facing the heatsink down and installing the fans on the bottom or top, as this is the least effective configuration.
Okay.
Once you determine the orientation you want to install the heatsink, go ahead and screw it in onto the bracket we just installed.
Yes.
Now you're ready to hook up the fans. Normally, air coolers come with these thin brackets that attach to the fan. If your cooler has only one fan, then I recommend attaching it to the front of the heatsink. If you have two fans, you can put the second one in the back. Make sure the face of the fan is facing outwards. The face of the fan is where the air is being sucked in from. And the best way to remember this is by remembering the phrase, faces suck. The
Faces suck. Okay. Faces suck.
The fan is the part where the company logo or sticker usually is. And the part where the frames and the cables are visible is the back. Unless your fans are reverse blades. Reverse blades are usually indicated right on the fan box. And in this case, the airflow is reversed, which means that the front of the fan is where the air gets blown out of. You can also tell by looking at the side of the fans. Most of the fans have arrows indicating the airflow direction. Speaking of cables, make sure the cable is towards the bottom so it's easier to hide and plug into the motherboard. So grab the fan and insert one tip of the bracket through the front hole. And you can do the same thing for the other corner. If you do this correctly, this is what it should look like. It's completely fine if it's loose. It's supposed to be. Go ahead and do the same thing on the other side of the fan. With both brackets installed, Lower the fan in front of the heatsink and pull on the bracket until the small part sits on the heatsink fin.
Okay, I can do this. So this needs to go.
Do the same thing on the other side. A bracket with both brackets supposed to be. This is what it pulled. And you can do the same thing for the other corner. If you do this correctly, this is what it should look like. It's completely fine if it's loose. It's supposed to be. Go ahead and do the same thing on the other side of the
Okay,
fan.
so the pretty.
With both brackets.
Okay, so the pretty side. This is so.
By looking at the, which means that the right on the fan, unless your fans are reversed.
Okay, so the pretty side has them in. Okay, correct.
Blades. Reverse blades are usually indicated right on the fan box. And in this case, the airflow is, you can also tell by looking at the side of the fans. Most of the fans have arrows indicating the airflow direction. Speaking of cables, make sure the cable is towards the bottom so it's easier to hide and plug into the motherboard. So grab the fan and insert one tip of the bracket through the front hole. And you can do the same thing for the other corner. If you do this correctly, this is what it should look like. It's completely fine if it's loose. It's supposed to be. Go ahead and do the same thing on the other side of the fan. With both brackets.
Okay. So, okay. So now, let's pop this. But what if I have two heat sinks?
It's installed. Lower the fan in front of the heatsink and pull on the bracket until the small part sits on the heatsink fins. Do the same thing on the other side. Repeat the same process for however many fans you are installing. But once you're done, feel free to tug on the cooler to make sure nothing is loose. Grab the cable coming out of the fan and plug this into the fan header on your motherboard, which is usually located on the top. It's always labeled CPU_fan. I like to tuck the excess cable underneath the cooler so it looks nicer, but the choice is yours. Okay, so we're installing an all-in-one cooler, but we are only going to do the first half, which is prepping the motherboard with the bracket installation.
Clip the fans onto the heatsink, ensuring they are oriented to push air towards the rear exhaust of your case. Be mindful of it. My heatsink has two metal parts. Where do I put my two vents? Both on the outside? Okay. Yes. In between. How do I know which way the air should go? I don't know. Case. What is this called again? Cord swap case. What is this colada? Colada. Tweakers. Tweakers. Then inventory. No. Wench list. Okay, tell me. Look on the fan frame. No, it's definitely like this. No, it's definitely like this, yeah. Okay. The direction the blade spins. One shows the airflow direction. I was with the frame. With the frame slash crossbars. Logo sides, open blade side, are in exhaust. Backside with long logo side, open blade side, air intake. Blades facing the front panel pulls air in. Faces the rear blowing anthem. Front, back. Bro, I'm getting so fucking.
Before we
Love to take my dog Coco on the go. That's usually when I get somebody's urgent email. The feature.
have one and flip your motherboard over. You can installing in its time. I would recommend a certain type of screw. If you're installing an AMD cooler, you would for the bond onto each manual to insert tight the heatless in the vertical orientation. If you have a choice, I would recommend this orientation so that we can install the fans in the front for the best cooling performance. I don't recommend facing the heatsink down, and once you determine the orientation you want to install the heatsink, go ahead and screw it in onto the bracket we just installed. Now you're ready to hook up the fans. Normally, air coolers come with these thin brackets that attach to the fan. If your cooler has only one fan, then I recommend attaching it to the front of the heatsink. If you have two fans, you can put the second one in the back. Make sure the face of the fan is facing outwards. The
Make sure the face of the fan is facing outwards. Okay. Okay, let's just do this. Yes. Oh.
Face of the fan is where.
I think I can just put this on safely. Kinda.
Where the air is being sucked in from.
Sucked.
And the best way to remember this is by remembering the phrase faces suck. The face of the fan
Faces suck.
is the part where the company logo or sticker usually is. And the part where the frames and the cables are visible is the back. Unless your fans are reverse blades. Reverse blades are usually indicated right on the fan box. And in this case, the airflow is reversed, which means that the front of the fan is where the air gets blown out of. You can also tell by looking at the side of the fans. Most of the fans have arrows indicating the airflow direction. Speaking of cables, make sure the cable is towards the bottom so it's easier to hide and plug into the motherboard. So grab the fan and insert one tip of the bracket through the front hole. And you can do the same thing for the other corner. If you do this correctly, this is what it should look like. It's completely fine if it's loose. It's supposed to be. Go ahead and do the same thing on the other side of the fan. With both brackets installed, lower the fan in front of the heatsink and pull on the bracket until the small part sits on the heatsink fins.
Okay.
Do the same thing on the other side. Repeat the same process for however many fans you are installing.
Okay, so Ooh. Fan intake. So they both go the same way. Okay. Right. And it's better to put this one in the middle. On the outside of the first tower, the one closest to your RAM. Yes. The middle van goes in between, pushing air towards the rear of the case. Okay. Then I can just do this. If I am not mistaken, I can just do this. Yeah, I can. Yes. Ooh.
Done, feel free to tug on the cooler to make sure nothing is loose. Grab the cable coming out of the fan and plug this into the fan header on your motherboard, which is usually located on the top. It's always labeled CPU_fan. I like to tuck the excess cable underneath the cooler so it looks nicer, but the choice is yours. Okay, so we're installing it.
CPU in van 4.
first half, which is prepping the motherboard with the bracket installation before we move everything into the case. This is a lot easier for the build.
Hello. Communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective communication. Grammarly ensures you communicate clearly with fluent.
Go ahead and open the box and remove everything from inside. The manual, which will be very handy. All the fans, unless it's already attached to the radiator. Thermo.
Oh, ik moet schijten, man.
pre-applied, and the rest of the hardware, which includes all the different type of brackets, screws, and cables. I know it might look intimidating with all the different types of hardware, but you are not going to use all of these, trust me. We're only going to use the ones that are marked for our CPU. Take a quick look at the manual and determine what hardware you need to use to install your cooler. Different socket types require a different pump bracket as well as a motherboard bracket. In our case, we're installing on an LGA 1700 socket, so we will need the LGA 1700 pump bracket, the LGA 1700 screws, and the LGA 1700 mounting bracket, which looks like this. Again, if you don't know what socket type your CPU uses, you can always look on the CPU box itself or the motherboard. If you're installing on an AMD board, you would have to remove the two mounting brackets that are pre-installed on your board. Otherwise, for Intel, flip over the motherboard and attach the mounting bracket on the back. You might have to extend the ticket to...
Want last-minute brand design help? Get top-tier fiber-free
the graphics card. Take that out of the... So at this point, make sure to align that with the FEMO, the SATA cable, to take out our power supply, and look for the cable that looks like this. The SATA cable has an L-shaped connection, so make sure to align that with the FEMO cable and plug it in. Okay, so at this point, I strongly recommend finishing up the build outside of the case. That way we can test it and make sure it turns on without any problems, because it'll be so much easier to fix it if we do run into an issue. However, if you don't want to do it that way and you're confident that all the parts work, you can skip this section. Okay, so we're going to finish building the PC outside the case first. So the next step is going to be the graphics card. Take that out of the box and remove it from the anti-static bag. And also remove all the plastic pieces from the rear ports and the plastic cover from the PCI connector. Move the motherboard to the edge of the box so that the PCI bracket from the GPU can hang over. Then locate the top PCI slot on your motherboard and slowly lower the GPU into it while making sure the gap on the GPU aligns.
Like 23. Oh. 23. I had a job. Yeah, I had a job. Yeah, I did. Well, it was just more like oh, una carta? What does this card say, sir? Thank you for purchasing Asus graphics cards. Oh, okay. Warranty cards. Quick start. Make sure your computer is completely unplugged. Okay. Seems easy enough. I think this is something I can do. Okay. Let me put this here. Then this smells new. This is clean. Can I remove all this shit? Damn. Okay. So where do I put this exactly?
Aligned with the notch on the PCI slot, while making a PCI slot a PCI from the PCI connector. Move the motherboard to the edge of the box so that the PCI bracket from the GPU can hang over. Then locate the top PCI slot on your motherboard and slowly lower the GPU into it while making sure the gap on the GPU aligns with the notch on the PCI slot. There will be a latch towards the right side that will snap in place once the GPU is fully seated.
Okay, I got it. Oh my god! I need space. This is the way. Okay. Okay, this seems correct.
If it's not fully closed, that means the GPU is not completely seated. So apply some more pressure on the graphics card until you hear it click. You can also inspect the PCI slot from an angle to make sure that the GPU is completely seated before moving on. Now let's hook up the power supply. Take that out of the box and remove all the cables from the bag. Unless your power supply is non-modular, then all the cables are already attached to the unit. We're going to start off with the 24-pin cable, which is the widest cable in the kit. If your power supply is fully modular, take the other end of the 24-pin cable and plug it into the back of the power supply. These usually have two separate connections that are combined into one cable. These only go in one specific location in the back of the power supply, and the easiest way to tell is by either looking at the labels above the connectors that usually say motherboard or M/B.
Holy shit.
Or by simply counting each connector. Make sure the clip is facing the correct orientation of the ports before inserting it in, and always double check.
Motherboards. CPU. So this for PSU.
Check to make sure that the clip is locked in with no gap between the connection. If this is not fully seated, you might have issues powering on your PC. Next, we're going to plug the head of the 24-pin cable into the 24-pin socket on the motherboard, which is often located on the right side. Make sure the connector is fully seated and the latch is locked in. There should be no gap between the 24-pin head and the socket.
24.
On the motherboard. You might need to apply some extra force to snap it in place, as this can be slightly stiff. Next, locate the 8-pin EPS cable, which looks something like this. Slightly stiff. Next, locate the 8-pin EPS cable, which looks something like this. These usually come in two separate 8-pin cables.
Two separate 8 cables. Two separate 8 cables. Two separate 8 cables.
Or both 8-pin cables are attached together like this one in the video. You can easily tell what these look like if you look closely. You can see that the connectors are actually split into two separate 4 pins. This gives you the ability to plug into your EPS connectors on your motherboard in increments of 4. The EPS connectors are located usually on the top left of your motherboard, and there are only 4 variations. A single 4-pin, 8-pin, dual 8-pin, or 1 8-pin and 1 4-pin. Hence why the connectors are split into half. So for example, this motherboard has a single 8-pin and a single 4-pin. So I will need the exact amount of male EPS connectors. I'm going to use a full 8-pin and split the second one so that I can plug in the 4-pin socket. Once again, if your cables are separated from the power supply, find the end of the EPS cables and plug it into the back of the power supply. It's usually labeled power supply on the end that you need to connect to the
I think it's same.
back of the power supply. It's usually labeled power supply of the pin to use a full 8-pin and
Okay, CPU. CPU.
split the your EPS cables, which will play, and the socket on the motherboard. You might need to apply some extra force to snap it in place, as this can be slightly stiff. Next, locate the 8-pin EPS cable, which looks something like this. These usually... Next, locate the 8...
Ik moet eentje met 3 hebben, deze heeft 2.
force to snap it in place, as this can be slightly stiff. Next, locate the 8-pin EPS cable, which looks
8-pin EPS cable. 8-pin EPS cable. 8-pin APS cable. 8-pin ABS cable.
something like this. These usually come in two separate 8-pin cables, or both 8-pin cables are attached together like this one in the video. You can easily tell what these look like if you look closely. You can see that the
Two 8-pin.
connectors are actually split into two separate 4 pins. This gives you the ability to plug into your EPS connectors on your motherboard in increments of 4. The EPS connectors are located usually on the top left of your motherboard, and there are only 4 variations. A single 4-pin, 8-pin, dual 8-pin, or 1 8-pin and 1 4-pin. Hence why the connectors are split into half. So for example, this motherboard has a single 8-pin and a single 4-pin. so I will need the exact amount of male EPS connectors. I'm going to use a full 8-pin and split the second one so that I can plug in the 4-pin socket. Once again, if your cables are separated from the power supply, find the end of the EPS cables and plug it into the back of the power supply. It's usually labeled power supply on the end that you need to connect to the power supply, and you can plug these into either the CPU or the PCI section of the power supply. These only go in one way, so you can't mess it up. If you're plugging in 2 EPS cables, go ahead and plug the second one in as well. Locate the EPS connectors on your motherboard and plug the head of the cables into them, while making sure they are fully seated and the clip is locked in place. If these cables are not fully seated, you might have issues powering on your PC. Last but not least, we have to supply...
Oké, ik snap hier geen kut van. What did I just miss?
EPS connect into the bulls at split exact bolt and one 4-pin.
ATX 12V2. Pin ATX, got it. 8-pin EPS. CPU or EPS slot. Graphics cards. That's this. Because this is my graphics card. This is my graphics card. The power supply. Eight-pin EPS. Four times 4 and 4. Okay, I need an EPS cable. EPS cable. CPU. I got 2 of these, okay, right. This is correct.
Hence why the connectors are split into half. So So for example, this motherboard has a single 8-pin and a single 4-pin. So I will need the exact amount of male EPS connectors. I'm going to use a full 8-pin and split the second one so that I can plug in the 4-pin socket.
Ah, right. So now this one. Needs to be half.
Once again, if your cables are separated from the power supply, find the end of the EPS cables and plug it into the back of the power supply. It's usually labeled power supply on the end that you need to connect to the power supply, and you can plug these in.
Does that matter as well? CPU. Okay, that doesn't. Right.
Into either the CPU or the PCI section of the power supply. These only go in one way, so you can't mess it up. If you're plugging in two EPS cables, go ahead and plug the second one in as well. Locate the EPS connectors on your motherboard and plug the head of the cable
Wait again.
away so you can't mess it up. If you're plugging in two EPS cables, go ahead and go these into either the CPU or the PCI section of the power supply. These only go in one way, so you can't mess it up. If you're plugging in two EPS cables, go ahead and plug the second one in as well. Locate the EPS connectors on your motherboard and plug the head of the cables into them while making sure they're fully seated and the clip is locked in place.
Okay. So, which one is it? The EPS.
If these cables, while making the EPS connector, plugging in two EPS cables, go ahead and plug the second one in as well. Locate the EPS connectors on your motherboard and plug the head of the cables into them while
Okay, so in my this needs to go this one. Right.
making sure they're fully seated and the clip is locked in place. If these cables are not fully seated, you might have issues powering on your PC. Last but not least, we have to supply power to the graphics card. And here is where things are a bit tricky. If you're using an AMD graphics card or an NVIDIA graphics card that has PCI connectors that look like this is how you plug the cables in. But if you're using an NVIDIA card with a 12-pin or 16-pin connector, I still want you guys to watch this part because it's going to be relevant when we do plug in those cables very soon. Okay, so each graphics card has a specific set of PCI connectors, either 1, 2, or 3 sets, with a combination of 6-pin or 8-pin connectors. The more powerful your graphics card is, the more connectors you will have. So simply count the amount of connectors your GPU is going to use. In this case, the GPU has dual 8-pin female PCI connectors. So we will need dual 8-pin male PCI connectors from the power supply. Some cables have 2 PCI connectors.
Okay, so I need 3, but I don't even have 3.
Attached to a single cable, and others have 1 attached to a single cable. Although the cable with 2 connectors attached are always going to be an eyesore no matter what you do, which is why I recommend going with cable extensions, which look so much nicer. I'll drop a link to these down below if anyone is interested in picking them up, but don't worry too much about it until we get later in the video. Okay, so once you determined how many PCI connectors you need from the power supply, grab them and locate the end of the cables that's usually labeled power supply.
With Framer, the things you design become real. Framer feels like a design tool, but it ships fast, modern websites. You can start from scratch, import from Figma, or choose from thousands of free and premium templates. Framer's easy to learn. There's frames,
and we're going to plug those into either the CPU or the PCI section of the power supply. If your cable isn't labeled, just like mine in the video, then that's fine. Just look for the end of the cable that has a full 8-pin connection without any seams. Again, these only go in one way, so it's impossible to mess it up. Then we are going to grab the head of the male PCI connectors and plug these into the graphics card's female PCI slots. As always, ensure that the clip is resting over the notch and that there is no gap between the connections. Otherwise, you might not get any display from your graphics card. Okay, now if you have an NVIDIA 30 series or a higher GPU with a 12-pin or a 16-pin connector that looks something like this, then you're going to use the included adapter cable. Unless your power supply comes with a 12VH power cable included, which looks like this. It usually has the words 600W written on the connectors, and it has a total of 16 pins. If your power supply has this, skip over to the next section. Otherwise, continue watching. Plug the male portion of the connector into the graphics card, making sure the clip sits over the notch and that there is no gap between the connection. The rest of the steps are exactly the same as before when plugging into the PCI connectors. Just figure out how many connectors your GPU needs by simply counting each female connector and plugging it.
doesn't have enough space for the for all the PCLE cables. Crosshair recommends not using both connectors. U370. Out of the 3 8-pin ports from my power supply, I've used 2 8-pin ports for my motherboard. So I have one CPU slash PCIe 8-pin port left. What do I need to do? Use a dual
the corresponding male connector from the power supply. For example, mine has 3 female connections, so I have to plug in 3 male connectors from the power supply. This is arguably one of the most atrocious things that NVIDIA has invented, and it really does ruin the look of your system. I strongly recommend buying a PCI Gen 5 cable extension from Amazon, which eliminates the need to use the ugly adapter from NVIDIA. It has a protective shroud on the tip, which protects your cable from getting damaged, and it comes with really nice looking cable combs. You simply plug in one end into the graphics card, and you plug the PCI connectors into the other ends. Look how much nicer this looks compared to before. They come in both white and black colors, by the way, and I'll drop a link to them down below. Okay, so we are plugging in the included 12VH power cable from the power supply. If your power supply doesn't come with one of these, skip over to the next section. These cables go in both ways, just like my friend Harry. Grab either end and plug it into the graphics card's 16-pin slot, making sure it's fully seated, and plug the other end into the back of the power supply, usually labeled 12VH power.
Get your brand out there, but get your SEO.
And finally, if your cooler requires a SATA cable, then we need to plug this into the power supply as well. So go ahead and find the cable that looks like this and plug the female cable into the male cable. These only go in one way, so don't worry about it doing it wrong. The other end of the cable has a 6-pin connection that looks like this, and this goes into any 6-pin socket in the back of the power supply. Usually this is labeled peripheral, SATA, or Molex. It's the only socket in the back of the power supply that has 6 pins. Okay, so you're done for now. We will plug in the rest of the power supply cables later in this video, so continue watching. This is what your setup should look like if you have a stock cooler installed. And this is what it should look like if you have an AIO installed. I know it looks extremely messy, but this is temporary until we finish testing the PC and making sure it boots. Now locate and find the thick power supply cable, which should be inside the bag of the power supply box, which looks something like this. And we're going to plug the female port into the back of the power supply. And the other end goes into your wall outlet. Make sure to switch the power supply to the on position by flipping the switch in the back to the straight line symbol. And finally, you do need a monitor and a keyboard for this next step. Go ahead and plug your keyboard into the back of the motherboard. You can use any of the USB ports that are available. Now grab your monitor's HDMI or DisplayPort cable and plug that into the back of your graphics card. Make sure you do not plug this into the back of the motherboard, otherwise you will get no signal. Okay, now we're ready to power
Or am I mistaken? on the PC. You're going to need issue. However, if you don't want to do it that way and you're confident that all the case and remove ports and the so that slot the GPU not fully on the graph to make sure live. Take that out of the box needed before moving on. Now let's hook up the power supply. Take that out of the box and remove all the cables from the bag. Unless your power supply is non-modular, then all the cables are already attached to the unit. We're going to start off with the 24-pin cable, which is the widest cable in the kit. If your power supply is fully modular, take the other end of the 24-pin cable and plug it into the back of the power supply. These usually have two separate connections that are combined into one cable. These only go in one specific location in the back of the power supply, and the easiest way to tell is by either looking at the labels above the connect, counting, or inserting it in the connection. Going to plug, which is often located on the end. You must next locate the 8-pin EPS cable, which looks something like this. These usually come in two separate 8-pin cables, or both 8-pin cables are attached together like this one in the video. You can easily tell what these look like if you look closely. You can see that the connectors are actually split into two separate 4 pins. This gives you the ability to plug into your EPS connectors on your motherboard in increments of 4. The EPS connectors are located usually on the top left of your motherboard, and there are only 4 variations. A single 4-pin, 8-pin, dual 8-pin, or 1 8-pin and 1 4-pin. Hence why the connectors are split into half. So for example, this motherboard has a single 8-pin and a single 4-pin. So I will need the exact amount of male EPS connectors. I'm going to use a full 8-pin and split the second one so that I can plug in the 4-pin socket. Once again, if your cables are separated from the power supply, find the end of the EPS cables and plug it into the back of the power supply. It's usually labeled power supply on the end that you need to connect to the power supply, and you can plug these into either the CPU or the PCI section of the power supply. These only go in one way, so you can't mess it up. If you're plugging in 2 EPS cables, go ahead and plug the second one in as well. Locate the EPS connectors on your motherboard and plug the head
while making sure they are fully seated and the clip is locked in place. If these cables are not fully seated, you might have issues powering on your PC. Last but not least, we have to supply power to the graphics card. And here is where things are a bit tricky. If you're using an AMD graphics card or an NVIDIA graphics card that has PCI connectors that look like this is how you plug the cables in. But if you're using an NVIDIA card with a 12-pin or 16-pin connector, I still want you guys to watch this part because it's going to be relevant when we do plug in those cables very soon. Okay, so each graphics card has a specific set of PCI connectors, either 1, 2, or 3 sets, with a combination of 6-pin or 8-pin connectors.
I have 8 pins.
The more powerful your graphics card is, the more connectors you will have.
Okay.
So simply count the amount of connectors your GPU is going to use.
3.
In this case, the GPU has dual 8-pin female PCI connectors. So we will need dual 8-pin male PCI connectors from the power supply. Some cables have 2 PCI connectors attached to a single cable.
So I don't need this. So this is just a waste, basically. So I need 2 more, right? Yeah.
And others have 1 attached to a single cable. Although the cable with 2 connectors attached are always going to be an eyesore no matter what you do, which is why I recommend going with cable extensions, which looks so much nicer. I'll drop a link to these down below if anyone is interested in picking them up, but don't worry too much about it until we get later in the video. Okay, so once you determined how many PCI connectors you need from the power supply, grab them and locate the end of the cables that's usually labeled power supply, and we're going to plug those into either the CPU or the PCI section of the power supply. If your cable isn't labeled, just like mine in the video, then that's fine. Just look for the end of the cable that has a full 8-pin connection without any seams. Again, these only go in one way, so it's impossible to mess it up. Then we are going to grab the head of the male PCI connectors and plug these into the graphics card's female PCI slots. As always, ensure that the clip is resting over the notch and that there is...
Oh! You need 3 PCIe 8-pin outputs. What to do? Your PCU only gives 1 free, correct. You need save power. Get a Crosshair PCIe Y splitter. Would you... Yes, give me the correct splitter.
no gap between the connections. Otherwise, you might not get any display from your graphics card. Okay, now if you have an NVIDIA 30 series or a higher GPU, this is the option of the connect gap plugging into the PCI connectors. Just figure out how many core sections. One of the most eliminates the need to protect your cable from getting damaged, and it comes and you plug the 4. Okay, so we are plugging with one slot. Well, this is labeled peripheral SATA, and this is what now looks something to the Duolingo board or display port into the PC. Great. You're using the time. To do this easily, just simply put the tip between both of those pins. If you did it correctly, the PC will automatically boot. Now what we're waiting for here is any type of message on your monitor. As soon as it gets signal from your GPU, it will display a message like this. Although yours might be different depending on the manufacturer of your motherboard.
Just even bellen. Ik moet wel Justin.
Hi, Justin. Pick me Neil.
Ik heb dus mijn moederbord geconnect met twee kabels. Ik ben vergeten hoe ze heten. Ik heb mijn moederbord geconnect met twee EPS kabels naar mijn power supply. Mijn GPU heeft 3 slots die ik ook naar mijn power supply moet doen. Maar ik kan er maar 1 inzetten. Wat denk jij wat ik moet doen? Moet ik een andere power supply halen? Klopt hier iets niet? Want volgens mij klopt dit wel. Dit zijn 2 aparte kabels, want ik moet een 8-pin en een 4-pin hebben. Maar die hebben 2 CPU/PCI slots nodig. Ik hou wel een 4 en 4 over. Nou, ik denk dat het oké is. Moet ik een andere power supply hebben? Of moet ik iets van een splitter hebben? Are there any power supplies with 5 CPU/PCI slots? I got a AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT, and I got a motherboard AMD Ryzen B650A. What do you think my power supply should be? This is my CPU. Use two separate the GPU, GPU, two dedicated from the because a motherboard check. I've used two slots from the CPU slash PCIe slots for my power supply for my motherboard. I've used a 8-pin slot on the motherboard and a 4-pin slot. These are two separate cables. Should I remove the 4 slot from the motherboard, you think, or what should I do? Oh, I've used 2 slots from the CPU. You've used I've also got a cable with PCLE on it that has two ends with 6 pins, and both have 2 additional pins, and on the other end is a head with 12 pins that go into the 12 volt dash 2 times 6 slot in the power supply. Okay, so this totally no. Okay, so but I still would only use 2 of the 3 slots on my GPU. Isn't that a problem? First, the RX 7900, the officially priced 2.8. The RX 7009, is that this thing? What am I looking at? What is this again? My graphics card is an AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT. What you mean? Oh, oh, what? There is a graphics card called AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT with 16 gigabytes memory of GDDR6. What you mean? What? If you're as oh my god, bro. Quick start, graphics cards, English. Please use separate. Okay, but this one has 3 entrances. Oh. I am losing my brain. Yo, how can this thing say the illustration in this document are for your reference only? They may not be the same model as the one you purchased. But you know what? Let me just look it up. Give me a YouTube video of someone connecting a AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT. Give me a YouTube video of someone connecting a, yes. Stina! What's up? Bro, kom je langs? You're correct, this is a... probably... ik word helemaal gek. Ben on work. I'm making a PC, bro.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to properly install your Radeon 9070 XT onto your computer.
Yes.
So there's 2 things I want to talk about first. First is that there are 2 different kinds of models. There are going to be models with 2 8-pins and models with 3 8-pins.
Yes.
First, we're going to talk about the models with 2 8-pins, and then we're going to talk about models with 3 8-pins. Next is your recommended power supply. So these things are weird, and some models have a TDP of 340, and some models have a TDP of 304 watts. Generally, you're going to want at least a 700 watt power supply, which is recommended.
700. How much is this? 850. Okay.
I would personally recommend that you get anything from a 750 to an 850. It just never hurts to be safe. If you're watching a video like this, then you have questions, and generally when you don't know what you're doing, it's always better to overspec than to underspec. So those are the recommended power supply. I'll have a link down below to some of my favorite power supply companies. Okay, so after that's out of the way, let's focus on getting our GPU installed. So here's the first thing that you're going to want to do. You're going to want to just examine the GPU and make sure that there's no issues. You're going to want to pull this out and make sure the PCIe is clean, and just make sure that you have no issues right here. And we don't have any, so we're good to go. Next thing you're going to want to do is you're going to go to your computer. You're going to want to check the 6-pin, the PCIe cables. They'll say either VGA or PCIe on the side, depending on your power supply. You're going to want to check them to make sure that none of the cables inside look funky or damaged.
Okay.
It's just something that you should always do, and thanks to the NVIDIA 5000 series being such a mess, it's brought more light to it. Alright, so now that that's done, you're going to want to install the graphics card. The first thing you're going to want to do is make sure that your PC is laying flat on the floor. This way you don't want to install it. You don't want to install your graphics card sideways. That would be very, very bad. Generally, you're going to want to always install it this way. So now this is a test bench, so this is a little bit different than a normal PC. It's always flat on the floor, but the idea is the same. Alright, so first we're going to take it, you're going to line it up with the PCIe slot.
Yes, I don't fucking care about this, just show me cables.
PCIe
so you can see we've got two cables, and neither one of them are daisy chained, so these are good to go. We're going to put this adapter on to simulate daisy chain. Some PCIe cables have one 6 to 8 pin, and some have two 6 to 8 pin. Now the thing you do not want to do is you do not want to plug this one cable into both of them. With a TDP of 204 watts, and even if you have an 8 to 8 pin PCIe, your max power is 288 watts, even if we include the fact that you will get 75 watts from
2 PCU. 288, 288, 288.
The motherboard. You have a good shot at taking this cable too close to the edge, and it could start a fire. So what you're going to want to do is you're only going to want to use one of these and not the second one, and then you're going to want to use another one because you're going to need two separate PCIe cables to safely plug this in. So let's go ahead and show you how to do it. All right, so it's super simple. There's nothing crazy. You don't have to pre-bend cables or anything since these are just your standard PCIe 6 to 8 pin or 8 to 8 pin. You're just going to find where the tabs line up, preseat it, and put it in. You'll hear it click. And then again for the next one in, you're going to hear it click. All right, so now you can see that it is successfully installed, and that's it. And like I said, you're going to want to notice that one of these is not being installed. You can zip tie it back or do whatever you need to do. But this is a successful installation. And one other thing you're going to want to make sure is just that you have a flush connection on the cables that are connected to the GPU.
Okay.
And that's it. You are good to go. So if you have a 2 8-pin 9070 XT, congratulations, and that's it. So if this video helped, please make sure you like and subscribe. So now if you have 3 connectors on the GPU like I do, you have 2 options. First is you can have 3 individual 6 to 8 pin or 8 to 8 pins, or you can have one individual and you can daisy chain 2 of them. Normally you wouldn't be able to daisy chain if it only had 2 8-pin connectors, but since it has 3, and it's basically the 3, long story short, is just designed for people who want to BIOS mod or shove a lot more power through this GPU than is required, and that is something that you do not have to worry about in this video. You can actually daisy chain. So if you have 3, you can take one 6 to 8 pin or 8 to 8 pin, and you can take another one and you can either plug an adapter in like so, and then you can use another cable that has daisy chains. Now since this is a beginner video, I would not recommend using an adapter like this. I would make sure that one of your PCIe connectors just looks like this. I'm just using this adapter for the purposes of this video and because I know what I'm doing. Alright, so let's show you how to do this. So first what you'll do is you'll take this one, the single one, and then you'll plug it into the first connector, like so, and then you'll take the other 2 and you'll plug the first one in and the second one in. You need to have all 3 of these plugged in so that the GPU will turn on and the computer will turn on, but you don't need to have 3 separate cables as you're not generating enough power on this GPU to cause an issue. So now you can see we've got one daisy chain and one non-daisy chain.
Okay.
So normally, if you've watched my videos before, you know I'm not a fan of the daisy chain, but I think in this instance it is just fine, especially since there are models that actually only come with 2 connectors. So that's it for this one. Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe. If you have any other questions, drop them in the comments down below. I will answer them as best.
Okay. Then I guess let me just remove this then. Oh. Oh! Okay, this one away. Then CPU. Let's this now. PC.
This process can take a while. I'm talking up to 10 minutes, especially if this is your first boot. It's completely normal.
That's one PCLE. Then that's CPU, PCLE.
So go ahead and find a cable that looks like this and plug the female cable into the male cable. These only go in one way, so don't worry about doing it wrong. The other end of the cable has a 6-pin connection that looks like this, and this goes into any 6-pin socket in the back of the power supply. Usually this is labeled peripheral, SATA, or Molex. For now, we will what it should look like if you have a stock cooler installed. And this is what it should look like if you have an AIO installed. I know it looks extremely messy, but this is temporary until we finish testing the PC and making sure it boots. Now locate and find the thick power supply cable, which should be inside the bag of the power supply box, which looks something like this. And we're going to plug the female port into the back of the power supply. And the other...
Oh, I have a AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT graphics card with 3 ports for PCLE cables. I got a cross M850E, and I got a motherboard AMD Ryzen B650E. How do I connect all of this? I didn't make a typo. My GPU is a AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT. What information do you need of me so you know it's not a typo? Answer my second to last question exactly how I asked it. What? The graphics card is a GPU, right? Correct. Power supply, yes, correct. Motherboard, correct. CPU is correct. Als goed heb jij een power supply kabel met 1 keer 8 en 1 keer met 2 keer 8. Die mogen gewoon worden doorgegaan. Als het goed is heb je 1 power supply cable. Oh. lady called Justin. Oh, oh. Oh. Fall. One, two. Okay, this is CPU. Don't need another CPU. all three if you move. My exact GPU brand slash model is the Asus Prime AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT Gaming 1699548. Oh my fine. There's a D, the A and D. Okay, fine, thanks.
Am I actually recommending an Asus product on an AMD GPU? Well, actually, yeah.
Yes. Go fast to the part.
Because I think it's
yes.
Over lots of connectivity, decent packaging, decent build quality.
Yes.
To be expected. And
skip.
Design slot due to the cooler.
Yes.
Wait, what? Yes, it looks, as I told you in the intro, basically, it's very cheap. It's all plasticky. Yes, it looks decent, but I don't like it especially. I think the Asus Prime RTX 5070 looks 10 times better. If we go ahead, why they kind of did this very cheaply, very well. It's plug and play, it's gonna work. There are no bent or ruined issues to report. And if you look at the heatsink, by the side, there are no bent or ruined thermopads like we've had on quite a lot of other GPUs on the channel, unfortunately. I decided to run all my tests in performance mode. The quiet mode is actually very similar, doesn't really do much on the clocks, but it does run the fan quite a lot quieter. But really, on the performance, it's more than quite enough. I put it in a Silence Glam case, the one we've had on the channel very soon, and I put it in place of a 5080, and to my surprise, the card, after being undervolted and overclocked, as I show in my tutorials, wasn't behind the 5080 at all. It was behind, but the gaming experience you got was the exact same. So this is a card I think you should buy. It's cheap, it's 900 bucks. Firestrike score also represents that. Firestrike score is of course stock. If you were to overclock or undervolt it, it's gonna get around 10% more. The headroom there, it's massive, but it's mostly massive in terms of temperature reduction and power reduction.
Oh!
You don't get such a big performance increase.
Why? Okay. I think for now it is wise if I should give up for now. Because this won't work. What is this again? This is CPU. This is something else. This is something else. Something else. This is yes. From PS, yes. Okay, graphics cards. You must used. You say option A, unplug the optional 4-pin CPU cable freeing up one port. Then I still only have 2 CPU/PCIe slots open in my power supply. GPU. The RM850E only gave me one PCLE cable, one ATX cable, 2 EPS cables, one 12V-2X6 cable, one 12V-2X6 dual 8-pin cable, one SATA cable, and one SATA-PATA cable. Yes. Maart. Ben er in maart, april, mei. Oh. Okay, you know what? All this random shit. op hoe je ons benadert. Nee, het hoeft niet zo. so hot in this room. Can I use the 12 volt dash 2 times 6 to dual A pin 6 plus 2? GPUs with a let me look on YouTube. What the fuck?
Hi there, we're good to. We offer fast, secure, and accurate transcription.
Okay.
Hello, power in our graphics cards has become a lot scarier in recent years because Nvidia started supporting the 12 volt power adapter, and then there were loads of stories of melting connectors and melting graphics cards and things like that. So people running out and buying an RTX 4090, and then they got tricked by the connector at some point, either on the graphics card or the power supply unit, actually melting and things like that, which is incredibly scary. And as a result, you had RTX 3.1 standards that got bought out, and it changed this cable, which is the 12 volt power cable. It actually changed it to 12 volt dash 2 times 6, and they were apparently a lot safer because they had slightly shorter sensing pins and longer connectors, 1.5mm longer actual conductors inside, and that made things safer. But if you have an old style cable like this, which I have in my Corsair PSU, which is ATX 3.0, not 3.1, do I need to go out and buy some brand new cable? Well, the answer to that is no, almost certainly not. I don't need to change this cable or my power supply unit unless I'm really, really paranoid. So basically, this cable continues to be the 12 volt power cable. It's got this different type of connector on the end, and I will plug this into my Nvidia graphics card. But here's the thing, the actual changes with ATX 3.1 have been made on the female connector side. In other words, the bit that gets plugged into on the graphics card. So basically,
it converts a 12 volt dual 8 pin. hier zitten 3 ports dus. En ik heb 3 CPU slots in mijn power supply. En eigenlijk kan ik nog eentje gebruiken voor een power supply, maar dan heb ik maar nog 1 port open. Dus ik supply mijn moederbord gewoon met 1 kabel. En dan heb ik hier nog een PCI kabel, die gaat gewoon van 1 plug naar 1 plug. En dan heb ik inderdaad nog deze. Maar de vraag is alleen dus of dit veilig is en of deze daarvoor bestemd is. Dat is alleen wat ik wil weten. Want volgens mij staat er online wat ik kon vinden dat het wel kan, maar ik weet het niet zeker. Daarom, dat is mijn enige vraag. Dus of deze hierin kan en dan dit ding. Ik weet niet of het daarvoor bestemd is, maar voor in deze. Oh my god. So much fucking work getting a PC to be done. Want dan zou ik ook nog die 4 pin kabel in mijn 4 pin aansluiting op mijn moederbord kunnen doen. In dat geval kan alles aangesloten worden. Ik wil alleen inderdaad weten of die 12 volt 2 keer 6 aansluiting gebruikt kan worden. Want ik las sommige dingen dat het voor GPU's bestemd is. Voor deze GPU. PSD-maatregelen. Should I use my PSU? Which GPUs can handle the 12 volt 2 times 6? The nou ja, ik heb meestal een video. Zin van
save. Okay.
Ugh. Bro. Oh. do I know if my computer components are how do I know? Check your GPU physically. Is this how this cable is called? But I don't. But I have. Ah! Oh! Wow! Wow! Book. Safety and compliance. English. Okay, tell me. What else? Is that it? Useless book. Dual 8-pin. Dual 8-pin. Dual 8-pin. A dual 8-pin. Huh? To dual 8-pin. I think this is okay. I think. Should I just grab this bad boy here? Okay, yeah. Which GPUs can handle the 12? The RTX 50 series GPUs. Which GPUs from AMD can handle the 12? What's the dog doing? Can a Radeon, what is it again? RX 9070 XT handle 12V 12V? Can all this shit go away? This is what I want to know. Yes. AI. Okay, fuck it. This is taking way too long. Okay, yeah. So, gloves. So, you know, for the safety and shit. Then this bad boy. In, then this okay, then het stuk waar ik me het meest zorgen om maakte was dus. Oké, het stuk waar ik me meest zorgen van maak is nu gefixt. Ik heb dus de 3. Oké, dus gefixt. De 3 PCLE inputs of outputs, I don't know. Maar die kunnen niet verder, kijk. Deze ringetjes. Dus die zitten nu allemaal in de power supply. En nu doe ik de laatste 4-port moederbord aansluiting straks vullen in de laatste CPU poort. Holy shit, what a work! Now, okay, man, then on the cables I'm connecting from my motherboard to my power supply, one of the sides is saying nah. Bro, so many cables. Okay, this part is done. What now?
Other end, go and plug it. Cables go in both parts. Stick to the back. Requires find the cable that looks like this and plug the female cable into the male cable. These only go in one way, so don't worry about doing it wrong. The other end of the cable has a 6-pin connection that the only socket in the back of the power supply can have a stock cooler installed. And this is temporary until we finish testing the PC and making sure it boots. Now locate and find the thick power supply cable, which should be inside the back.
Thick.
The power supply box, which looks something like this, and we're going to plug the female port into the back of switch the power supply to the on position by flipping the switch in the back to the straight line symbol. And finally, you do need a monitor and a keyboard for this next step. Go ahead and plug your keyboard into the back of the motherboard. You can use any of the USB ports that are available. Now grab your monitor's HDMI or DisplayPort cable and plug that into the back of your graphics card.
And I need a keyboard as well, bro! Bad gal. Now the moment of truth.
Make sure you do not plug this into the back of the motherboard, otherwise you will get no signal. Okay, now we're ready to power up the keyboard for this in the back. Go ahead and plug your keyboard into the back of the motherboard. You can use any of the USB ports that are available. Now grab your monitor's HDMI or DisplayPort cable and plug that into the back of your graphics card.
In the back of your graphics card. Okay then.
Make sure you do not plug this into the back of the motherboard, otherwise you will get no signal.
Okay.
Okay, now we're ready to power on the PC. You're going to need a thin metal object. A screwdriver tip works just as great. Locate the JFP1 connector on your motherboard, which is usually on the bottom right.
The J.
Right side. There are going to be a total of 9 pins, 4 on the top row and 5 on the bottom.
4, 9 pins somewhere. What is this called?
Bottom row. Using the tip of the screwdriver, we are going to tap both the 3rd and the 4th pin at the same time. To do this easily, just simply put the tip between both of those pins. If you did it correctly, just simply put the tip between both of those pins. Time. To do this easily,
I need metal. Metal!
just simply put the tip between both of those pins. If you did it correctly, the PC will automatically boot. Now what we're waiting for here is any type of message on your monitor. As soon as it gets signal from your GPU, it will display a message like this. Although yours might be different depending on the manufacturer of your motherboard. This process can take a while. I'll print the signal from words. We're going to go on the top row and 5 on the bottom row. Using the tip of the screwdriver, we're going to tap both the 3rd and the 4th pin at the same time. To do this easily, just simply put the tip between both of those pins. If you did it correctly, the PC will automatically boot. Now what we're waiting for here is any type of message on your monitor. As soon as it gets signal from your GPU, it will display a message like this. Although yours might be different depending on the manufacturer of your motherboard. This process can take a while. I'm talking up to 10 minutes, especially if this is your first boot.
Okay, so if it's doing jack shit, something ain't right.
We'll cut times. Just let it do its thing. Take a while. Yours might be different. Time. To do this easily, just simply put the tip between both of those pins. Time. To do this
Power.
easily, just simply put the tip between both of those pins. If you did it correctly, the PC will automatically boot. Now what we're waiting for here is any type of message on your monitor. As soon as it gets signal, the tip with 9 mother object. There's HDMI or and they keep flipping this into your wall email port into
Oh.
switch the power supply to the on position.
I got a message saying new CPU installed. FTPM-PSP NV corrupted or FTPM-PSP NV structure changed. Press Y to reset FTPM. If you have BitLocker or encryption enabled, the system will not boot without a recovery key. Press N to keep previous FTPM record and continue system boot. FTPM will not enable in new CPU. You can swap back to the old CPU to recover TMP related keys and data. Okay, sure. Y. Let's press Y. Sure. Press F1 to run setup. F1. Easy mode. DRAM. Can I use a mouse as well? Is that a possibility? Yeah, English. All on. Okay, CPU temperature 48. Choose one and drag the items. Oh. Select your target van, then move the slider to select any of these profiles. CPU van. Expo. What does Expo mean? I'm in my BIOS utility screen and I got a tab called Expo and I can disable or enable it. What does that do? Bitch. What does that do? Extended profiles for overclocking. You're doing first time troubleshooting or by. What does first time BIOS flashing mean? Ah, okay, well, let's just disable it then. Yeah, full speed is okay. What am I looking for? Am I looking for something, or is this just for the save and exit? What? Save, change, and reset. When system sleep, hibernate, or soft off states. Save changes and reset. Ok. No clue what's going on. Okay, but what now? What like what? So what do I do now?
Position by flipping the switch in the back to the straight line symbol. And finally, you do need a monitor and a keyboard of the USB motherboard. You're going to be using the before here, it will display a message. This process can take a while. I'm talking up to 10 minutes, especially if this is your first boot. It's completely normal if your PC restarts a few times. Just let it do its thing. Mine actually restarted about 7 times, and this entire process took about 9 minutes to finally get into the BIOS. You can also check out the motherboard's boot status by looking at the section with the LEDs to determine if there's an actual error with any of your components. If you see any type of message, then your PC works. Immediately tap both of the pins again to shut it off, or you can simply switch off the power supply switch from the back. If you don't see a message, skip over to the troubleshooting section of the video, which is shown on the screen.
Today, every business needs an online store. Unless this is what your business looks like.
And once you fix the issue, you can come back and resume from this point of the video. Now that you have peace of mind that your PC is working just fine, go ahead and disconnect all the power supply cables from the motherboard, and let's move on to prepping the board for the CPU cooler, unless you have already installed. If so, skip over to the next section. Alright, now we are getting into the fun stuff, actually building inside of the case. First thing you have to do is prep the case before we slide in the motherboard.
Okay, so this can now go out.
Go ahead and remove all the side panels from the case. The front panel, the top if yours has one, and the rear.
Okay, all the panels. Door. One. Two. Lil bro, was this? Another one. What else? Is this something? What is this? This is just normal. Okay.
I would keep all the plastic covers on the panels for now until we finish building the PC to avoid accidentally scratching them. Remove the bag or the box that has all of your hardware in it, along with the manual for additional help. In most cases, this is usually tucked away inside one of the hard drive cages. Let's start off by installing...
Okay. Well, for me, it is not inside. It is in here.
IO shield in the back of the case. Open your motherboard box and take out the IO shield and remove it from its plastic bag. Most of the nicer looking boards already have this pre-installed in the back of the board. So if yours already has one, then we can skip this step. Locate the rectangular cutout in the back of the case and hold up the IO shield upright so that the text is facing right side up. Using your right hand...
Okay, so everything needs to be loose now. Okay. So let me make everything loose then. Loose like a goose. You know what I mean? It's so tight. Bro. Oh, okay. Okay. We did it. We did it.
Slowly bring the shield towards the cutout from inside the case with the text facing outwards.
I think I already got that. I think so. Yeah, that's kind of how it looks. Or not. Nah, I think we okay.
Then go ahead and apply pressure on each corner one by one until it all snaps in place. This is probably the hardest part of the entire build, so take your time and make sure the entire thing is fully inserted before moving forward. Next, we need to make sure the case has all the proper standoffs installed. Most high-end cases have these pre-installed and ready to go. However, if yours don't, we need to find a bag that has these tiny little hex-shaped screws and put them aside. This is a good time to place your PC on its side so it's easier for us to install the motherboard. First, count the number of standoffs installed in the case already. It should...
Okay, standoffs. Let me make some room. Okay, yeah.
Should match the exact amount of holes your motherboard has.
Yes.
Now, if both numbers are the same and they are installed in the correct locations, then you can lower the motherboard gently inside while making...
Okay, put it inside. Okay, how do I do this? Okay. How do I do this safely? Just put it on. Bro. But Okay.
Make sure all the holes from your motherboard line up with the standoffs in the case. As you can see, mine is missing 3 standoffs on the side. If yours are missing some too, take the motherboard back.
Maybe I'm missing something. How do I put this off? Do I need to make this loose, like all of it? Oh, I'm missing space, bruv. I need some space. Oh my fucking god. Bro, this sucks. And why the fuck is this all rubber, bro? Like, why would this... Right. Let's give myself some space. I'll give myself some space here. Yeah, loose. All these bitches need to be loose. Please go out, bro. I'm never making a PC again. One of the most annoying things I've done in my life. Holy crap. I want to be done. Okay, last one. Okay. Boom. Now. Step next. Grab this motherboard. Oh! So annoying. Get the fuck out of me. Right.
Out and install any additional standoffs in the location that is needed. Smaller micro ATX motherboards require less standoffs because the board is tiny, whereas full ATX or eATX boards will need 9 to 10 standoffs. If you look closely, most cases will have labels etched near the standoff holes. A, M, I, E. ATX, micro ATX.
With Framer.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should look at the video first before doing all this shit.
The things you design become
Yes, the
real.
things you design.
Framer feels like a design tool, but it ships fast, modern websites. You can start from scratch, import from Figma, or choose from thousands of free and premium templates. Framer's easy to learn. There's frames.
Okay, go away.
ITX and extended ATX. Find the size of your motherboard, which is always written behind the motherboard box, and install the standoffs to where it corresponds to your motherboard size.
Okay, okay. Motherboard. I need more space. just look it up. Which standoffs do I need to use to place my motherboard inside the computer case?
So in this case, if you're installing an ATX motherboard like I am, there should be a standoff next to every hole with the letters A. After all the
Just see. Yeah, bro. I think I'm gonna cry. Okay, I got it. These. Oh, I'm getting pissed off with this.
standoffs are installed, grab the motherboard by its sides as you slowly lower it down, making sure to align the rear I/O of your motherboard with the cutouts in the I/O shield. If you have a cooler installed, you can use your other hand to grab onto the cooler, making it easier to lower the board down in the case. You can tell if the motherboard is correctly placed by looking at the holes and making sure you can see the standoffs through each one of them. Go ahead and grab the box or bag that has all the hardware and look for these small motherboard screws. We're going to use these to secure the motherboard to the case. You can start from anywhere and begin to screw these in one by one until you are done with all of them. This is also the best time to hook up the front panel connectors because it gets harder when there's a lot of components inside the case. So I'd rather get this out of the way right now. Every case comes with a set of cables attached. These are usually grouped up together with a cable tie, and it's located in the back of the case. Go ahead and untie all the cables and find
Where did I put that fucking thing? Okay, here. Is this still good enough? That's this is okay. This is max. Okay. I need music. I'm losing my mind. I need some bread. Let me get this though. Okay, found this lil. I want to refill this thing. Is that how I refill it? Time for a mental break. to fill a camel zippo.
So I'm often asked, how do I refill my butane lighter? I'm going to show you, it's a fairly easy process. So after purging, all you want to do is turn the lighter upside down. You want to get a can of high quality butane, something that burns very clean, and then the can of butane will have a nozzle. It fits right over the bottom part of the lighter where you refill it. Slips over, and what you want to do is you want an up and down motion, even a little side to side motion with the lighter and the butane can. Then all you need to do is warm the lighter with your hands for a few minutes, and you're ready to spark up a cigar.
Oops. Oh. Okay. That mental break did me well. Magnets. Fuck! Magnet. Picture me rolling. I need to be precise about this. Precision. What? Water now. Ah. Okay, louder. I just cannot. Gusto ko na manap. Shita. Isa ka na dick. Last one, bitch. My bitch got bitches too. My bitch got my bitch got riches too. She richer than you do. With an attitude. Bitch, nobody asked you. It's the size I ever talk for tight. No one to go back. Old rags, new rags. Money count fast. Go back. This look like a snowbag. I swim through a whole pack. This look like the ocean diving. This one play the violin. She stylish. I'm about to build a castle and get a kite. Been out in you. She never in you. I did a bad job. No wonder money is. I'm gonna take it back, block, back up. It's all answers. Only cover my God. Oh. I wanna see a big rub. Gotta go and pray with if she did it. She ran a couple weeks. Yeah, that's my bitch. My bitch got bitches too. My bitch got bitches too. My bitch got my bitch got riches too. She richer than you do. With an attitude. If nobody asked you. It's the size I ever talk for time. No one to go back. Old rags, new rags. Money count fast. Go back. This look like a snowbag. I swim through a whole pack. This look like the ocean diving. Yeah.
I got a problem, niggas out here trying to run my style. You kiss your bitch to work, I make her
Swallow my child.
We move and shake it, working now that money go by.
What now?
Because I'm ballin' right now. And you know I got that chopper like a summer, yeah. And that brother dick running like Obama, yeah. Told that bitch I like her face and never saw it, yeah. Sweet money, grandma, we don't need Obama, yeah. I'm telling my face, I got my hair and let it like a boy. Oh, I wanna laugh with Britney like she had no time, yeah. Oh, I nothing left for her. Down another sweat. Oh, they'll come around, then I turn the helicopter. Niggas out here trying to run
on my style.
You kiss your bitch to work, I make her swallow my child. We move and shake it, working now that money go by. My ex is so upset because I'm ballin' right now. Niggas out here trying to run my style. You kiss your bitch to work, I make her swallow my child. We move and shake it, working now that money go by. My ex is so upset because I'm ballin' right now. I'm back from the gutter, running with my brother. Vision, fuck 'em, we will never love 'em. Jumping in the palmer, ballin' every summer, ballin' every winter. You a tough friend, Mr. Splinter. I just made 100K, spent me like $6. Remember I couldn't get that bitch, now I feel like it's home. 50 a diamond gon' come my back. Who all the money and ballin'? Look at my name and bonus back. Let me get low as you ballin' back. Niggas out here tryna run with my style. You kiss your bitch to work.
I wake and swallow my child.
Shake it, working now that money go by. My ex is so upset because I'm ballin' right now. Got a problem, niggas out here tryna run with my style. You kiss your bitch to work, I make her swallow my child. We move and shake it, working now that money go by. My ex is so upset because I'm ballin' right now.
Yo. Yo. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I take my lead and go wild. We take cool. We have more. It's just ready to go up. You play with smoke. It go up. It go up. It go up.
same.
We could go up. Let's go up. We could go up. We could go up. Scat, look at it big, man. Come on, we gotta put him in a trash can. I'm at the run, I was just on the Zen. I'm getting a fuck, I got a prostitute brand me. I got some girl, maybe she's stuck in my veins. Yeah, I'm in the club, I may be switching legs. Yeah, I got a girl, meeting me right when I land. Yeah, I made it clear, I'ma look out when I can. Thank you, my brother, thank you for the team. Thank you for remaining the same. Wasted, trying to ease up, oh, you a lame. Money calling me, I'm reading out every rain. I take my lead.
Okay.
And go up. We take coke. We go up. We got balls. We just might go up. We play with smoke. We can go up. We can go up. We can go up. We can go up. It's up. It's up. We can go up. We can get up. Let's go up. Let's go up.
These pins, it will be bottle. This is also the best time to hook up the front panel connectors because it gets hard.
The front panel connectors.
When there's a lot of components
Shut up 1 minute.
inside the case. So I'd rather get this out of the way right now. Every case comes with a set of cables attached. These are usually grouped up together with a cable tie, and it's located in the back of the case. Go ahead and untie all the cables and find the USB 3 cable.
USB 3. Okay. Find the USB 3 cable.
Which looks like this. Sometimes this has a blue tip. We're going to plug this into the USB 3 header on the motherboard, which is usually on the middle right side. And sometimes it might even be on the bottom. Depending on the motherboard, it will either have the face up or it will be laying on its side. Either way, we're going to line up the notch on the cable with the gap on the USB 3 header and carefully slide it in. These pins can get bent.
Oh. Okay, so this goes in here then, I guess. Where does this go? bottom. What am I looking for again?
Fairly easily if you go in at an angle. So
USB 2. USB E12. USB E34. USB 32G1.
be careful when you do this. And it'll be on the bottom, which is usually has a blue tip. We're gonna plug this into the USB 3 header on the motherboard, which is
USB 3 header. 3.
usually on the middle right side. And sometimes it might even be on the bottom.
USB 3. Where is my USB 3 plug on my motherboard? Motherboard.
either way and at an angle. So be careful when you do this. I always recommend lining up the pins first and going straight in. These are a little tight, so you might have to use a little force. Some cases have a total of 4 USB 3 ports. If that's the case, then you might have 2 USB 3 cables instead of 1. If yours does, simply plug that in the second USB header on your motherboard. If you have one. Otherwise, just leave it in the back of your case. The next cable is the USB-C cable that looks like this. If your case doesn't have a USB Type-C port, then you most likely won't have a cable like this. This one plugs into the onboard USB-C port on the motherboard, typically located near the USB 3 header.
Okay. And what is it called?
This cable only goes in one way, so if you're having trouble putting it in, like my ex used to tell me, flip it over to the other side and
That's a little joke. USB 2. HD audio.
Words USB on it, then we need to plug this into one of the USB headers on the
One of the USB headers, okay. Power. This says nothing. HD audio.
motherboard, which is always on the bottom middle. If your case doesn't have one of these cables, you can skip on over to the next section. It doesn't matter which one you plug this into, just make sure the text is facing down and insert it in the connector.
5.4. Do I have a 5.4? I do. Power SV. Which I also saw somewhere. Yeah. Where the fuck did I see that? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know, bruv.
Run out of USB headers on your board for your other devices. You can buy a USB header splitter that will expand the number of ports. I'll leave a link below to one if you need it.
I've been using Grammarly for 3 years, and I can't imagine my work life without it. Grammarly is an AI writing partner, and unlike other AI tools, Grammarly works where you work. Writing suggestions and AI assistants are built into whatever you're writing on.
Oh, yeah?
The biggest returns are Grammarly Pro
West,
rewrites.
bro.
They offer full
Shut
service
up!
rewrites, allowing me to consider
The next cable we're going to plug in is the HD audio. This is to provide power to the front audio jacks of your PC. The audio header is usually on the bottom far left side, and it's often labeled JAUD1. Similar to the USB cable, this one also has 9 pins and only plugs in one way. So align.
Okay, HD audio. HD audio. Right. Right. What was it called again?
And it's up of your PC. The audio header is usually on the bottom far left side, and it's often labeled JAUD1.
J. FP.
cable is optional, but if your case comes with a 5-volt 3-pin RGB header cable,
5-volt 3 RGB header. 5-volt 3.
then it means that you probably have some sort of RGB lighting attached to the case, whether it's from an RGB strip or a set of pre-installed RGB fans. The cable looks like this with 3 holes. This plugs into any of the 3-pin RGB headers on your motherboard. This can
Okay, so any I choose to have. Well, I mean,
be found either somewhere near the top or on the bottom. If your motherboard doesn't have a 3-pin RGB header, then you can't plug this cable in, which means you won't be able to control the RGB lights of your case or your fans. So line the 3 holes from the cable with the 3 pins on the board and slide it in all the way. And finally, let's hook up these tiny little turds. The JFP, slide it in all the way. And finally, let's hook up these tiny little turds.
Power, LED, reset. 1, 2. What is this, bro?
The JFP1 connectors.
The JFP1 connectors.
Most of the time, they are split up into multiple little pieces like this, and in other high-end cases, they are combined into a single connector like this, and it's often labeled F panel, but the hookup process is the same regardless of what type you have.
Well, I think that is this part of them. Oh.
First, we're going to locate the JFP1 header on the motherboard, which is usually on the bottom right. It's also often labeled JFP1 on most boards. If you have a high-end board, they might be combined with other headers like this. But don't be confused, we are still only focusing on the first 9 pins on the left side. The JFP1 header consists of 9 total pins, and they are each labeled right on the motherboard itself and in the manual. The top row has 4 pins, and the bottom has 5. If your front panel connector is all attached to a single connector, then just simply align the 9 pins together and slide it in and you're done. But if your case has them individually separated, like here in the video, then we will have to do this one by one. One thing to note is that you might not have all of these cables. Some cases only have 2, while others have more, so don't freak out. Okay, let's start off by grabbing the 2 tiniest cables, the power LED plus and the power LED minus. If you look at the labels on the board itself or your motherboard's manual, you can see that the power LED plus is the very first pin on the top, and the minus is the second pin right next to it.
Want last minute brand design help?
No, I want this fucking
Get top
computer
tier
to be
fiber
done, bro.
freelance.
So let's start off by grabbing the plus cable and plug this into the first pin. Then grab the minus cable and plug that into the second pin.
Okay.
Next, let's do the power switch. The power switch goes into the 3rd and 4th pins from the top,
Okay.
Now let's grab the cable that says HDD LED and plug this into the first and second pin label and let's finish up plugging in the all-in. Okay, so now that we got the annoying cables out of the way, let's finish up plugging in the all-in-one cooler. If you already installed your air cooler from before, you can skip this step. So in most cases, you can install the AIO in one of 4 locations, assuming your case supports it. You can put it on the bottom, the top, or mount it vertically.
Wait, what the hell is that? What? Okay.
Either in the back side if you have a fish tank style case, or in the front. I would avoid putting the radiator on the bottom for several reasons. Number 1, it's just not aesthetically pleasing and the tubes might get in the way of the grabs card. But more importantly, number 2, your pump will be loud and it will shorten the lifespan of your AIO. You always want the pump to be at the lowest point of the loop, and I'll talk more about that later in the video. If you want to focus on CPU cooling primarily, then you should mount it vertically and set the fans as intake, so that fresh air is being pulled from outside the case, goes through the radiator, and cools the CPU. However, if you want to focus on cooling the GPU more, I would mount the radiator on the top bracket. It's also...
Wait, what? Do I even have those? I don't think so. Nah.
So arguably one of the best looking orientations for an AIO. So once you figure out how you want to mount the AIO, go ahead and find a bag of short and long screws that came with your cooler box and put them aside because we're going to need these very soon. Before we decide where to install the radiator, we need to figure out the fan configuration first. So the first thing we need to do is attach the fans together if your fans are able to. Please refer to the manual as every fan is different. For example, these Corsair RX 120 fans are attached to each other by 2 connectors. On the other hand, the Aorus fans I'm using simply attach together magnetically like so. Then there is usually a single cable that is attached at the end of the entire fan set, and this connects either to a separate controller or they plug directly into the radiator itself like the Aorus cooler I'm using in this build. Again, feel free to read the manual if you need more help. If you're not connecting any fans together, then just continue watching the video. We now need to figure out the orientation of the fans and decide if you want to do a push or pull configuration. Remember we talked about faces suck. The face part of the fan is where the air is being sucked in from. So if it's facing the right, it's sucking air in from the right and blowing it out from the back. Additionally, the airflow is labeled on the side of most fans. The arrow indicates the direction of the airflow. If it's facing the right, then the air is traveling from left to right. If we put the fan in front of the radiator, this is considered a push configuration. Air is being pushed through the radiator. If the fan is in the back of the radiator, it's considered a pull configuration because the air is being pulled through the radiator. There's really no major difference on where you put the fans, either in the front or the back of the radiator. It all comes down to maintenance and aesthetics. If you want the fans to be visible, put it in the front so that you can see it through the case, especially if you're installing the radiator on the top. You want to be able to see the beautiful fans from the bottom and not just the ugly radiator fins. Additionally, you can take this a step further and do a push and pull configuration, meaning you can sandwich the radiator with fans on both sides. If you do this, make sure the fans are facing the same direction and that your case is big enough to support such configurations. Okay, so now we are ready to decide where you want to install the AIO. So go ahead and decide and skip over to the portion of that video. If you do not skip over to the next section. Okay, so you decided to install the AIO vertically. Start off by removing the panel of your case to get easy access to the bracket. If you're installing it in the front, remove the front panel. And if you're installing it in the back, remove the rear panel. Some cases have removable brackets, which makes it a lot easier to install a radiator. If yours does, go ahead and remove that out of the case and proceed with the installation.
Every week, I get hours back while working less. My Skrtrt, an AI tool that plans my schedule perfectly.
This is a good time to position the cables towards the back so that we can easily route them through the back of the case after the installation. Also, make sure the tubes are at the top here. However, if you really like the look of the tubes on the bottom and you have space for it, by all means, do what your heart desires. But whatever you do, do not put the pump above the top of the radiator. Otherwise, you will damage it and reduce its lifespan. The pump section needs to always be underneath the top section of the radiator. For example, this is not okay. The pump in this situation is above the radiator. This is also not recommended. Both the pump and the top of the radiator are at the same level, and this can also damage the pump and reduce the lifespan. This is the only correct way of doing it. It doesn't matter how low the pump is compared to the top of the radiator, as long as it's visibly underneath it. If you're installing the fans closer to the bracket, then you might need some help, because it's a little tricky to do it, as you have to hold onto the radiator and the fans while you somehow manage to screw it in through the bracket. This is why it's a lot easier building in cases with removable brackets. But do what you can and hold up the fans against the radiator long enough until you can feed the longer screws through it. I recommend installing one in the opposite corners of the radiator first, because that should be good enough to hold everything up together until you finish the rest up. Otherwise, if the radiator is closest to the bracket, it's a lot easier to do. Just simply use the long screws and secure the fans to the radiator first. Then you can simply just use one hand and hold up the entire thing against the bracket while you screw it in from the back using the smaller screws. A quick reminder here, if you're installing the radiator in the back like I have in the video, don't forget to flip the fans the other way around if you're going for intake and you're focusing on CPU cooling. Okay, now we're ready to secure the pump and connect the cables. Whatever you do, do not run the pump cables across the VRMs. It simply looks terrible. If you can, route them between the VRMs and the memory DIMM slots. There's usually just enough space where you can slide them through. This looks much you want to install the pump. It's entirely up to you. You just clicked on the only video you're gonna need to watch to help you build your very own PC. There is a reason why my last PC build guide is still ranked as the #1 build guide.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift cards?
They always have the cables towards.
I already knew motion was great, but it just got even better. They just added their new.
You do not run the pump cables across the pump, but it scores them underneath. Peel the plastic cover underneath the pump, if there is one, bracket, screw, so that comes there. Will help. The first common cables. The common cables that your cooler usually comes with, but if I miss anything, I strongly recommend looking at the liquid cooler manual for additional help. The first common cable is a fan header cable. This typically comes out of the pump and it looks like this. This plugs into the pump header on your motherboard, which is usually near the top, right next to the CPU fan header. If it's not there, check the right side of the board. This is often labeled AIO pump.
Van. Van. 80x. Van. quads. Ooh.
You always want to plug the pump of your AIO into the pump header so that it's always running at max speed. If your motherboard doesn't have one of these, you can simply plug it into the CPU fan header instead. However, if you do that, we have to go into the BIOS and max out the CPU fan speed. Write down the timestamp listed on the screen right now so you don't forget it.
CPU van. CPU van. CPU van. Oh, wacht. Chuff van.
After we finish building the PC, this is the first thing we need to do. You will also most likely have a USB header cable that looks like this with 9 holes, and it's usually labeled USB right on the cable. This plugs into the USB header on the bottom of your motherboard, often labeled JUSB 1 or USB 2, depending on how many you have. This only goes in one way, but you can usually have text facing down before inserting it in. Another cable you might have coming out of your pump or controller is a SATA power cable. This is a flat cable with an L-shaped connector. This plugs into the female SATA power cable from the power supply. If your power supply is fully modular, meaning all the cables are disconnected, you can find this cable right now and plug it in so that you don't forget later in the build process. If your cooler has RGB lights, then you probably have an RGB cable connected to your pump or your controller. It looks something like this with 3 open holes. This plugs into any 5-volt not there, check the right side of the board. This is often labeled AIO pump. You always want to plug the pump of your AIO into the pump header so that it's always running at max speed. small AX ties that are by your other contacts and every cable tie, and it's be 3 interval, which looks like this. Sometimes is usually on the either way, careful at an angle. Cases have a total of 4 cables inside the board. Is the USB-C cable that looks like cable located then, like my has a USB cable that looks like this, usually with the words USB on it. Then we need to find them. It doesn't matter which one it is. I'll leave a link. This is to provide power to the front audio jacks of your PC. The audio header is usually on the bottom far left side, and it's often labeled JAUD1. Similar to the USB cable, this one also has 9 pins and only plugs in one way. So align the pins with the holes on the cable and plug it in all the way. This cable is optional, but if your case comes with a 5-volt 3-pin RGB header cable, then it means that you probably have some sort of RGB lighting attached.
Where do I need to put my HT audio cable on my motherboard from my case? Analog audio from panel. I got a cable with no name on it that's black. It has 3 holes, 2 holes, a blank space, and then 1 hole again. Where should this cable be? No, sorry, it has 2 holes, then no hole, and then 1 hole. F panel. Let's be let. The only places where it can go into are add Gen 2 and SPDIF out.
that the power LED plug the pump.
With Framer, the
Oh.
design
Oh, please leave me
Plug your
alone.
AIO into the pump header so that it's always running at max speed. If your motherboard doesn't have one of these, you can simply plug it into the CPU fan header instead. However, if you do that, we have to go into the BIOS and max out the CPU. After we likely have a USB header cable that looks like this with 9 holes, and it's usually labeled USB right on the cable. This plugs into the USB header on the bottom of your motherboard, often labeled JUSB1 or USB2, depending on how many you have. This only goes in one way, but you can usually have text facing down before inserting it in. Another cable you might have coming out of your pump or controller is a SATA.
Oh. This may be one of the worst things I have ever done in my life. Oh, I'm having no fun. Just pain.
Power cable. This is a flat cable with an L-shaped connector. This plugs into the female SATA power cable from the power supply. If your power supply is fully modular, meaning all the cables are disconnected, you can find this cable right now and plug it in so that you don't forget later in the build process. If your cooler has RGB lights, then you probably have an RGB cable connected to your pump or your controller. It looks something like this with 3 open holes. This plugs into any 5-volt 3-pin RGB header located on your motherboard. This can either be somewhere near the top edge or the bottom edge of your board. Almost every motherboard has at least one of these. Make sure to align the holes on the cable to the pins on the board and slide it in. In the event that you run out of RGB headers on the motherboard, you would need to buy a splitter to extend the amount of headers. Once again, I'll drop a link to one I recommend buying for your build. And lastly, although very outdated, some coolers might still use a Molex connection for power. It looks something like this, and this too comes out of your power supply. So if your power supply cables are separated, you can find this cable right now and plug it in. Don't worry about plugging in the other end just now. We'll do that later in the video. In some newer components, like the Corsair iCUBE Link lineup, PCI cables are needed to supply power. So make sure to plug the necessary cables in from the power supply. Okay, at this point, the motherboard is inside the case and you have your cooler installed with all the cables plugged in. If there are still cables not plugged in, go back and watch that part of the video again. If you're installing any additional fans in your case, continue watching the video. Otherwise, if you're
I also got 3 black cables, which are all exactly the same. They have 1 rod, then a space, then 2 rods. don't think this is correctos because what the hell? Um. Yes, please. Fuck off, mate. Your motherboard includes the following: CPU van, CPU van, primary CPU cooler van. The problem is these three cables with pins on them don't have holes, they have pins. And my motherboard doesn't have holes, it only has pins. So what am I missing? So behind this, maybe. No, there's nothing. Is this worth the effort? Let's open this up, bitch. Ik heb nog een zwarte kabel met een L-aansluiting in het midden. Wat is dit? Wat moet ik hiermee?
we've got a standard 3-pin 5-volt ARGB connector, and on the other end we're going to be able to plug a group of Lian Leaf UNI fans into each of these connectors. We're now ready to install our graphics card, so we need to remove the second and third slot cover from the top. Then we can open the clip in the top PCIe slot on the motherboard. Next we want to line the graphics card up with the slot. Once we're happy everything's lined up, it's just some firm pressure to the graphics card and it's going to clip into place. Then we can use the thumb screws we've just removed to re-secure the graphics card. Then we can bring our PCIe cables through from the back of the case and get them plugged into the graphics card. This hub. So this just leaves our 3-pin 5-volt ARGB cable coming from the bottom of the hub, and we're now ready to start work on our IO and the radio IO connector. Deep Cool do include a little hub, and we've also got an ARGB connector. Now, Deep Cool do include a little hub for each of these cables. This is the one for the PWM cables. So I'm going to take the PWM cable coming from the first fan, and then this one to hit push. So the cable the standard 3-pin 5-volt ARGB megabyte with the AI do is parent. So this is the controller here, and all we would need to do is power it with SATA by plugging this end into our SATA cable coming from our power supply. Then you'll be able to press the buttons on the controller to cycle through the various ARGB effects. So the option that I'm going to go for this build is the ARGB cable. So we'll plug it in. So taking a look at the cables coming from our pump, first of all we've got a 3-pin fan connector, and it's going to go into our pump header on the motherboard. The other is an ARGB connector, very similar to what we've been getting from our fans, and we're going to plug that into
Oh my god.
there's a space on the end.
Do I need to have a pump? Does it make a difference if I put my my 3 fans on the front of my case are eventually connected to one cable, and I put that cable into the AIO pump. Is that okay, or should I plug it into one of the CHA vans? What should I do? You plug. Oh, okay. So cha. So this is going cha fa, cha fa un, cha fa un. Jaffa 1. That's on the bottom. That isn't even on the top. Oh. But what about these three though? I still got 4 cables left. One SEPA cable, which doesn't say SEPA, and 3 identical black cables who all 3 have 2 holes, then a blank space, then another rod. Add to is female. It is a SEPA cable, it's just, it doesn't say it is, but I'm sure it's a SEPA cable. But I'm not sure where to put this in my motherboard. Oh! Broer. SEPA. Oh, what?
Edge of the case. You can always tell by where the giant cutout. This is a flat cable.
Een SATA cable. Oh, for my power supply. Ah. In my power supply box, I still have 3 cable sets, and 2 of them have a input for a SATA cable. They also both have 6 holes where 2 of the 3 are a RGB 3-pin male connectors can go into. Two of them have an input for is. One of them has a input is 1, 2, 3. The other has four SAPA entrances and It seems. Okay. Am I still alive? Oh. Remaining PCO cable supply. One cable with 3. Oh my fucking god, bro. What is it called? Two SEPA 1. Is that what it's called? Molex? Molex. And 1 something with something where. Oh. What cables do I need to use with my 4 leftover cables from my case?